шахеди не залетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Були сьогодні доповіді наших військових, фронт, особливо Добропілля, Покровський напрямок. Зроблені там кроки, щоб виправити ситуацію. Я вдячний кожному підрозділу, кожному нашому воїну, які зараз знищують окупант. Позиції на Харківщині, позиції на Запоріжжі, позиції на Сумщині. Всюди ми стараємось забезпечити Україні саме такий захист.
I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. There'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine.
Стосується перемовин, в будь-якому випадку вони важливі на рівні.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live this morning. A crucial 10-day cholera vaccination campaign has been launched in Sudan's capital Khartoum as the country grapples with a rapidly escalating cholera outbreak. Humanitarian groups have raised alarms about the alarming spread of the disease, which has been worsened by ongoing conflict, severe displacement and recent heavy rainfall. The vaccination drive, which kicked off this week, aims to protect around 1.5 lakh children in the capital with a focus on both adults and children above the age of 1. Now, the initiative comes amid a dire public health crisis with over 83,000 cholera cases reported and thousands displaced by the ongoing civil war. Here's a report.
A crucial 10-day cholera vaccination campaign has been launched in Sudan's capital, Khartoum, in response to a rapidly escalating cholera outbreak that humanitarian groups warn is spreading with alarming speed. The campaign, which kicked off this week, is part of ongoing efforts to curb the deadly disease amid the country's complex humanitarian crisis.
الحملة بدأت من يوم 10 أغسطس حتستمر لحد يوم 19 في محلية الخرطوم. عندنا 8 وحدات إدارية مستهدفينها كلها. عندنا عدد 105 مركز ما بين مؤقت لثابت، ما بين مؤقت لثابت. مستهدفنا لأن احنا مفروض نغطيه 155,333 طفل.
The cholera outbreak, fueled by ongoing conflict, severe displacement, and recent heavy rainfall, has resulted in thousands of cases across the country. The vaccination initiative, spread across 105 medical facilities in Khartoum, is targeting both adults and children with a special focus on protecting 155,000 children in the capital.
الفئة العمرية المستهدفة من عام فأكثر، يعني كل الفئات العمرية أكبر من سنة مستهدفة معانا في التطعيم.
Residents of Khartoum, many of whom have been displaced by the ongoing civil war, expressed both fear and relief as the vaccination drive began. The cholera situation in Sudan has grown increasingly dire.
جينا من النزوح كنا متخوفين من الكوليرا والحميات. الملاريات بقت منتشرة وملاريات قوية يعني ما زي القديمة ديك اللي احنا بنعرفها. ملاريا قوية لكن الملاريا بتتعالج، لكن كلها هي صعبة. بس الحمد لله التطعيم الظاهر بقى بخوف بدي الناس طمأنينة لأنه الكوليرا ما تنتشر.
According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, over 32,000 suspected cholera cases have been reported in 2025 alone. Since the outbreak was first declared in July 2024, more than 83,000 cases and over 2,000 deaths have been documented, underscoring the severity of the crisis. While previous vaccination campaigns launched last year have had some success in containing the outbreak, the disease continues to spread.
أنا كأم اطمنت شديد إنه اللقاح بتاع الكوري ده أول ما جانا إحنا بدينا مطمنين.
Cross-border transmission, a collapsing healthcare system, and poor living conditions exacerbated by the ongoing conflict between Sudan's army and the rapid support forces have created a storm for cholera to thrive.
الوضع الصحي حاليا يعني الناس بتعاني، يعني انه ده وباء يعني حاصل لنا، الناس كلها بتعاني انه في كوليرا في حاجات. ونحن شويه الليله لما شفنا التطعيم يعني طمنا انه عرفنا انه شنو يا اخي الحمد لله يعني كده انه الواحد كده ممكن يعني شويه يعني يقولوا شنو على حسب انه الحاجه اللي حصلت لنا في الحرب يعني طمنا انه الدنيا لسه بخير.
The war, which erupted in April 2023 between the RSF and the Sudanese military, has displaced millions and killed more than 40,000 people. The conflict has also severely strained the country's infrastructure, with millions now at risk of famine.
And viewers, much coming right up. In an unprecedented move, stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench hearing at 10:30 a.m. After claiming threat to Rahul Gandhi's life, lawyer makes a U-turn, claiming application submitted without consulting Rahul. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live this morning.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Greta, legend forever.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe, CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after two unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel, underscoring their professionalism and adherence to humanitarian norms. This incident is a significant embarrassment for China on multiple fronts. It reveals a troubling lack of coordination between its own maritime forces. The fact that a Coast Guard vessel collided with a Navy destroyer during a routine operation suggests serious flaws in communication, navigation, or command protocols. The event occurred in a region where China has been aggressively asserting its territorial claims, attempting to project strength and control. Instead, the collision undermined that narrative, turning a show of force into a spectacle of internal dysfunction. The response, or lack thereof, from Chinese authorities further compounded the humiliation. While the Philippine Coast Guard maintained composure and extended help, China remained silent, failing to acknowledge the incident or engage diplomatically. This contrast in behavior highlighted not only China's operational missteps but also its inability.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way, on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не залетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Були сьогодні доповіді наших військових, фронт, особливо Добропілля, Покровський напрямок. Зроблені там кроки, щоб виправити ситуацію. Я вдячний кожному підрозділу, кожному нашому воїну, які зараз знищують окупант. Позиції на Харківщині, позиції на Запоріжжі, позиції на Сумщині, всюди стараємось забезпечити Україні саме такий захист.
I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. Well, it is the 79th Independence Day that is going to be celebrated tomorrow, and preparations are already high across the nation. We will bring you all details on that, but first up, the top headlines. In an unprecedented move, stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench hearing at 10:30 a.m. today. After claiming threat to Rahul Gandhi's life, lawyer makes U-turn, claiming application submitted without consulting Rahul. Big success for the armed forces. Terror hideout busted in Kupwara. Explosives and ammunition recovered. The BSF, Meghalaya Police and villagers of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. Ahead of Alaska summit, Trump tells European leaders NATO cannot give security guarantee to Ukraine. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty Kundra, her husband Raj Kundra and another individual have been booked by the Mumbai Police's Economic Offences Wing for allegedly cheating a businessman of over rupees 60 crore in a loan-cum-investment deal. That is another blow to Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra again, and another individual also have been booked by the Mumbai Police's Economic Offences Wing for allegedly cheating a businessman of nearly rupees 60 crore, and this is related to a loan-cum-investment deal. So that is the latest breaking news we are tracking this morning. This particular incident has led Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra to be in trouble. The couple have been booked along with another person, and trouble continues to mount for Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra. Viewers, as India gears up to celebrate its 79th Independence Day, preparations in Srinagar are echoing with the patriotic fervour. Contingents from security forces and students are practicing for the main event. In fact, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah will preside over the main event at Srinagar's Bakshi Stadium, and this will be the first time since 2017 that elected government will preside over the Independence Day celebrations. Here's a report.
Preparations for tomorrow's 79th Independence Day celebrations are in full swing across the country. With streets filled with tricolours, Srinagar is no exception. It's showcasing vibrant patriotism and unity despite the state still recovering from Pahalgam terror attack. As part of the preparations, full dress rehearsals were held at Bakshi Stadium in Srinagar. Security forces and students were seen showcasing their marching skills. The colourful cultural programs demonstrated the fervour for Independence Day celebrations. These performances by students highlighted the rich cultural heritage of Kashmir. The mix of security forces and students preparing for the Independence Day celebrations is a sight to watch. The main event of August 15th will also feature a vibrant cultural program with patriotic songs sung by school students. Notably, after 8 long years, elected government will preside over Independence Day celebrations in Jammu and Kashmir. And Chief Minister Omar Abdullah will be the first elected head to preside over Independence Day program in Jammu and Kashmir since 2017. Kashmir's Inspector General of Police V.K. Birdi reviewed the arrangements. He assured that there will be no restrictions on public movement during the celebration.
शहर श्रीनगर में जो कि मेन प्रोग्राम होता है और उसमें वीवीआईपी यहाँ पे सैल्यूट लेते हैं, तो उसके मद्देनजर श्रीनगर पुलिस ने यहाँ पे मल्टी टीयर अरेंजमेंट्स करे हैं, जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सेंट्रल आर्म पुलिस फोर्स के जो कंटिजेंट्स है इसको मल्टीपल टीयर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स प्रदान करेंगे। और यहाँ पे हमारे हाई राइज जो स्पॉटर्स और जो मुफ्ती में स्पॉटर्स रहेंगे ताकि जो पूरा सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट है प्रॉपर तरीके से मुकम्मल रहे।
Divisional Commissioner of Kashmir also reviewed the preparations and expressed satisfaction over the arrangements.
देखिए, ये तो आपने देखा ही है कि सिक्योरिटी जो पीस होती है प्री रिक्विजिट होती है डेवलपमेंट की, और कहीं ना कहीं डेवलपमेंट जो हम और कर सकते थे, शायद ये जो हमारी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन का एक उसमें एक नेगेटिव रोल रहा इससे पहले, लेकिन आज की डेट में जो हम बढ़ रहे हैं आगे, ये उसी का ही नतीजा है, जिसमें सभी लोगों का एक सुप्रीम सेक्रीफाइस सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का जो मैं कह सकता हूँ, चाहे जेकेपी हो, आर्म पुलिस हो, सीएपीएफ हो, बीएसएफ हो, एसएसबी हो, सीआरपीएफ हो, सभी ने इसमें जो है दिया।
Multiple layers of security will be in place with special arrangements at sensitive locations to ensure peaceful celebrations. The Independence Day celebration in Srinagar promise to be a grand affair.
Breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur district, where a sudden flash flood triggered by cloudburst stranded 4 civilians and injured 1. The Indian Army carried out a late-night rescue, braving darkness and strong currents, and food and essentials were delivered and the injured was taken to hospital. Situation continues to remain grim at this point in time in several parts of northern India. And this is the latest breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur district, where sudden flash flood triggered by a cloudburst stranded 4 civilians and injured 1. The Indian Army carried out a late-night rescue as the way they did in Uttarakhand, and this is coming in from Himachal Pradesh that continues to fight the flash floods. In fact, food and essential were delivered to the people, and the injured were taken into hospital. Several bridges were washed away in Shimla and Lahore and Spiti district as well, while over 300 roads, including 2 national highways, have been closed in Himachal Pradesh following the fresh incidents of cloudburst and flash floods in the hill state. Well, also at this point in time, the measures of taken by the administration as well as the rescue operations are going on in full swing. In fact, a police post was swept away in the fresh floods in the area, while a bus stand and adjoining shops were damaged following the heavy rain in Shimla district. 2 bridges, in fact, were washed away as well, cutting off the Koot and Kyav panchayats in the district. So, situation quite grim. The monsoon mayhem has caused a lot of trouble for the people in Himachal Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. And viewers, moving on from that, ahead of India's 79th Independence Day, the nation is ablaze with patriotism as the government's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign takes the center stage. From political leaders to everyday citizens, people across the nation are hoisting the tricolour in a powerful show of national pride. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has called on the citizens to share their videos of their flags flying from their homes, while leaders from various states, including Uttar Pradesh's Yogi Adityanath and Madhya Pradesh's Shivraj Singh Chauhan, are leading by example with rallies and yatras across. Here's a report.
Har Ghar Tiranga, a campaign by the Indian government to show love for the nation by hoisting the Indian flag ahead of the 79th Independence Day, is sweeping the nation with patriotic fervour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi encourages citizens to send in a video waving the Tiranga from their homes and upload it to the Har Ghar Tiranga website. Union Minister Amit Shah was seen hoisting a Tiranga at his residence as part of the campaign. Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha also held a Tiranga Yatra in Ranchi under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. State BJP President Babulal Marandi, Rajya Sabha MP Aditya Sahu and Organizational General Secretary Karamveer Singh were also present at the event. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was also seen taking a selfie with the tricolor at his residence under the campaign. He called the Tiranga a symbol of India's pride, honor and glory.
ये तिरंगा यात्रा मात्र यात्रा नहीं है, ये भारत माता के प्रति, भारतीय महापुरुषों के प्रति, अपने क्रांतिकारियों के प्रति, वीर सैनिकों के प्रति हमारी कृतज्ञता भी है.
Several leaders, including Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, BJP National President JP Nadda and many others were seen participating in the campaign. Union Agricultural Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan took out a Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra in Madhya Pradesh where people joined in with tractors, cars and bikes. He exclusively spoke to Republic during the Tiranga Yatra, calling for a self-reliant India and urging citizens to buy products made in India.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, विकसित भारत बनाना है, इसलिए स्वदेशी को अपनाना है. हमारे देश में बना हुआ सामान हमारी बहनें सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की सामान बनाती है, हमारी एमएसएमई सामान बनाते हैं, हमारे किसान खेतों में उत्पादन करते हैं. 144 करोड़ भारतीय हमारे देश में बना हुआ सामान ही खरीदें, यही स्वदेशी संकल्प है.
In Odisha's Puri, a Tiranga Yatra rally was taken out under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. BJP MP Sambit Patra joined the procession and hailed the Prime Minister's decision to hold the campaign.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी आह्वान किया है कि हम सब अपने घरों पर तिरंगा फहराएं, हम सब तिरंगा यात्रा करते हुए आगे बढ़े ताकि देश आन बान और शान के साथ निखरता हुआ नजर आए. और पूरे विश्व में आज भारत की तूती बोल रही है, भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है.
In Jammu and Kashmir, the Bhadirwa police also took out a procession as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. In Jammu and Kashmir's Doda, the district administration distributed 1 lakh national flags under the campaign ahead of the Independence Day. Meanwhile, in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, BSF held a Tiranga rally. Chandigarh also participated in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign through a boat rally organized at the Sukna Lake by the Industrial and Tourism Development Corporation. This campaign highlighted the patriotism and unity across the nation.
Shifting focus, viewers, to down south, where the wild goose chase for dozens and dozens of bodies, mostly of women and children, in Dharmasthala started after shocking claims made by masked man, a former sanitation worker, at the holy site. With a skull in his hand, he surfaced with claims that shook the conscience of the nation. An SIT was formed and then the digging began. The GRPs were brought in and the excavators dug deep and deeper while the entire focus shifted to spot 13 in the end. Well, there was nothing found. Here's the latest episode from Dharmasthala.
They brought in GPR systems. Then they brought in earth diggers. The heavy machines dug through the soil near the Netravati river for 3 consecutive days. But spot number 13 didn't see any skeleton tumble out. The masked man's theory didn't yield any fruit. No proof, no skeletal remains, and no evidence to his claims. There was not a single trace of human remains.
मास्क मैन ने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट में था, ये 13th पॉइंट में कुछ तो मिलेगा बोल के एससीटी ऑफिसर के सामने उन्होंने बताया था। इसका वजह से 13th पॉइंट से कल 2 दिन से इधर एक्सकवेशन का काम चल रहा है, लेकिन आज भी वही पॉइंट में एक्सकवेशन किया, लगभग 18 फीट अंदर जाके उधर चेक किया तो उधर कुछ भी नहीं मिला है।
And on the other hand, there were protests in Chikmagaluru. Hindu activists and BJP leaders took out a protest march against the mass grave narrative. They claimed that it was a bid to tarnish the reputation of the Dharmasthala holy site. The masked man's claims, according to the protesters, was part of a conspiracy to malign the Dharmasthala top brass. In fact, the SIT, after concluding the excavation, has now prepared a detailed report. And this report has all the findings from spot number 1 to spot number 16. And this report will be submitted very soon before the court. But the updates had to be conveyed to Karnataka Home Minister. So the SIT chief, Pranab Mohanty and Anuchet met Dr. G. Parmeshwara. But the bigger question is, was this a conspiracy? A bid to hurt the Hindu sentiments? Well, the report holds all the answers to these questions.
Now viewers, let's get you news coming in from Maharashtra, where meat ban order has triggered a massive political row. Civic bodies in Kalyan, Dombivli, Malegaon, Nagpur and Chambajinagar ordered meat shop shut down. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar called the move wrong and unconstitutional, while AIMIM Chief Owaisi questioned the rationale behind this particular move. Now, responding to the mounting criticism, Chief Minister Fadnavis said that there was no decision taken on the meat ban on August 15. Here's more to the story.
A major political storm has broken out across India, following the orders from civic bodies to shut down meat shops on Independence Day. Critics across party lines have condemned the move, calling it an infringement on individual rights. The issue drew a sharp attention when AIMIM Chief Owaisi strongly objected to Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation order issuing closure of meat shops. Owaisi questioned the rationale behind associating national pride with dietary restrictions, calling the move unconstitutional.
तो ये अजीब व गरीब ऑर्डर है और मेरे नज़र में ये अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑर्डर है। यौम आज़ादी है, खुशी का मौका है और हम आज़ादी की लड़ाई में हमारे बुजुर्गों ने क्या क्या कुर्बानियाँ दी थी, तो अब उस दिन भी अगर हम ये बोलेंगे कि नहीं नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है, वो ठीक नहीं है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया ऑर्डर क्यों निकाला गया और मेरी नज़र में एक अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है।
Owaisi's comments came amid reports that similar bans were being issued by civic bodies across the country. In Maharashtra, similar orders issued by civic bodies in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Kalyan Dombivli, Malegaon and Nagpur triggered sharp political reactions. The development that left ruling alliance divided over the move. But the political fallout this year? Explosive. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar calling the move wrong. While the NCP questioned the move, BJP leaders defended it, citing a 1988 state government order. Authorities said that the move was not new and that such directives have been issued annually since 1988 as part of civic efforts during major religious and national events. In response to mounting criticism, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the government has not yet taken any decision on meat ban.
ये फैसला कोई इस सरकार ने लिया हुआ नहीं है। 1988 से ये फैसला चला आया है। हमने कोई नया फैसला किया नहीं है। जब उद्धव ठाकरे भी चीफ मिनिस्टर थे तब भी ये फैसला था, अब भी वो फैसला है। हमने कोई नया फैसला लिया नहीं है।
From a civic order to a political storm, Maharashtra's meat ban row has left the state deeply divided.
Now, viewers, shifting our focus. India's economic momentum is expected to hold steady despite the latest tariff shock from Washington. S&P Global Ratings says that newly imposed US duties, including a steep penalty on the Russian oil purchases, will have only a limited impact on the growth. Here's more to the report.
S&P Global Ratings say that the recent hike in US tariffs on Indian goods will have little impact on the country's growth prospects. The assessment comes after Washington imposed an additional 25% duty on Indian exports, a move that will take effect from August 27th. S&P has also argued that India's strong domestic consumption may cushion the economy against the ongoing US tariff measures. The ratings agency expects India's economy to grow at 6.5% in the next financial year, citing exemptions for electronics, especially smartphones, and pharmaceuticals as key buffers. Another indicator of the Indian economy's resilience is the recent surge in the stock market, which, despite tariff measures, suggests that the market is performing far better than expected. Notably, India's exports to the United States account for only about 2% of its GDP, reducing overall exposure. S&P warns that the heaviest impact could be felt within the next 2 years, but maintains that India's long-term outlook remains positive. The agency's assessment suggests that the Indian economy remains on a strong track and is unlikely to be derailed by President Trump's belligerent policy towards India.
Latest breaking news coming in, viewers. US President Donald Trump has issued a stern warning to Russia, saying that there will be very severe consequences if President Putin refuses to stop the war with Ukraine after their meeting. Trump did not specify the nature of the consequences, though, but that is a big statement coming in from Donald Trump, who is on a mission to bring in peace between Russia and Ukraine, and he has said that there will be very severe consequences against Russia if Putin refuses to stop the war with Ukraine after their meeting. Remember, Donald Trump and President Putin are going to be meeting during the Alaska summit, and this is coming in ahead of the summit, where Donald Trump has put a warning on President Putin that there is going to be severe consequences. Let's listen in to the soundbite of Donald Trump.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, BSF, Meghalaya police and villagers of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. And also ahead of the Alaska summit, Donald Trump tells European leaders that NATO cannot give security guarantee to Ukraine. We will be tracking in all the stories, but after this break.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не залетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Coming up on the other side, BSF, Meghalaya Police and villages of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. We'll also get you news ahead of Alaska summit. Donald Trump tells European leaders NATO cannot give security guarantee to Ukraine. Stay tuned. We will be right back after this short commercial break.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe, CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after 2 unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official.
Hello and a very good morning to everybody who's tuned into today's edition 8:30. This is Live This Morning. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazil is fighting against Trump's tariff war, and Trump has instead warned Russia of severe consequences ahead of the Alaska meet if Trump does not agree, Putin does not agree to end the Russia war. The big build-up to the key meeting that is all set to take place tomorrow in Alaska between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. We're getting you that and a lot more in this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. In an unprecedented move, stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench hearing today at 10:30 a.m. After claiming threat to Rahul Gandhi's life, lawyer makes a U-turn, claiming application submitted without consulting Rahul. Big success for Armed Forces terror hideout busted and Kupwara explosive and ammunition recovered. BSF Meghalaya police and villagers of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. Ahead of Alaska summit, Trump tells European leaders that NATO can't give security guarantees to Ukraine. And we start this edition with some big breaking news that's coming in, and this is from the political sphere here in India, where RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav has now accused the JDU MLC Dinesh Singh of holding 2 voter IDs in different constituencies. He claims that the JDU MLC with MP wife Veena Devi has also duplicated voter IDs, alleging collusion between the NDA and the Election Commission. A big charge there that Tejasvi Yadav, the RJD leader, has to make. Remember, this comes also in the backdrop of Rahul Gandhi raising the vote theft allegations on the Election Commission. However, many of the voters that he claimed were fake and that had registered not in an appropriate manner have now come out slamming Rahul Gandhi and busting his claims. That's the big war of words politically that has erupted here in India. The stalemate also continues in the parliament, with opposition creating ruckus inside the house, on the streets, demanding answers from the Election Commission. And that's the latest that we are getting in. Tejasvi levelling big allegations. He says JDU MLC has held 2 voter IDs, which of them are not in tandem with each other. Big charge instead that he is raising on the Election Commission. After 3 years after the United States President will meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin in a high-profile diplomatic engagement, the talks come at the time when Ukraine war has entered its 3rd year with no sign of resolution. President Donald Trump has repeatedly promised to end the conflict. Here's more to the story.
After a gap of 3 years, the US president is set to meet the Russian president. The talks come at a time when the Ukraine war has entered its 3rd year with no end in sight. Ever since President Trump came to power, he has been promising to end the conflict. Often calling himself the president of peace, Trump has taken varied approaches, from not directly blaming President Putin for the war to giving him a 10-day ultimatum. Now, ahead of his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, US President Donald Trump has blamed his predecessor Joe Biden for the ongoing war in Ukraine, saying this is Biden's work.
A very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call. I would rate it a 10, very, very friendly. I know the leaders because I was at NATO, as you know. I took it from 2% to 5%, 2% that wasn't paid, 5% that is paid, which is trillions of dollars in defense capability. No, it was always going to be, I was going to meet with President Putin, and then after that I'm going to call the leaders and President Zelensky. I'm going to call President Zelensky, and then I'll call, probably in that order, the leaders. There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first.
Speaking about the Alaska summit, Trump described it as a first step to assess Putin's intentions, adding that if the meeting goes well, a second round of talks could follow almost immediately. He also revealed plans for a potential trilateral meeting with Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky, provided both leaders are willing. Highlighting his record, Trump claimed to have stopped 5 wars in the last 6 months and said that the US has obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. The president also stressed that a second meeting could only happen if the first yields the answers needed, warning that otherwise there would be no follow-up talks.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has joined the German Chancellor in Berlin on Wednesday for talks with the European Union and US leaders ahead of a Trump-Putin summit later this week. I beg your pardon, this was going to happen tomorrow in Alaska. Here's more to the story on what did Zelensky tell the leaders, how is it negotiating with them ahead of the key meeting that Putin is going to hold with the United States President Donald Trump.
Ukrainian President Zelensky arrived in Berlin for talks with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz ahead of Friday's planned summit between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. The German Chancellor convened virtual meetings with Trump, Zelensky, and other European leaders to ensure Europe and Ukraine's positions are heard before the summit. Zelensky first met with European leaders, followed by a virtual call with Trump and US Vice President J.D. Vance.
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Він старається натиснути перед зустрічю на Алясці, на всіх напрямках Українського фронту. Росія намагається зобразити, що спроможна окупувати всю Україну. Безумовно, це їх бажання. Також Путін блефує, начебто санкції для нього не важливі і що вони не працюють. Насправді санкції дуже допомагають і б'ють по російській воєнній економіці.
Later, President Zelensky met with leaders of the Coalition of the Willing, a group consisting mainly of European countries who are ready to help Ukraine. The Ukrainian leader further revealed his government has held over 30 conversations with partners ahead of the summit, but expressed doubt that Putin would negotiate in good faith. Trump has described the Alaska meeting as a feel-out session to gauge Putin's intentions. However, his remarks suggesting Ukraine must give up some Russian-held territory and agree to land swaps have alarmed European allies. European leaders insist that Ukraine must be part of any peace talks, warning that excluding Kyiv could tilt negotiations in Moscow's favor.
Firefighters across Spain, Portugal, Greece, Turkey and Balkans were battling wildfires with another heat wave pushing temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius across parts of Europe. Here's what the situation on ground looks like right now.
More than 700 firefighters were working to control a fire in the municipality of Trancoso, about 350 kilometers northeast of Portugal's Lisbon. The blaze, fueled by high temperatures and strong winds, threatened residents from nearby villages as Portugal struggles to contain a worsening wildfire season. The outskirts of Patras, Greece's third largest city, are fuming with wildfires. Firefighters and residents battled to control the blaze. 7 major wildfires, mostly in the west, forced multiple evacuations, destroying homes and businesses. The fire service scrambled resources to the port city of Patras, where a forest fire burning through mountain forest threatened an industrial area. High winds hindered firefighting efforts on the islands of Zakynthos and Kefalonia, where authorities were on standby to evacuate tourist resorts which were not in immediate danger. Other severe fires burnt in several areas of the western Greek mainland and on the island of Chios in the eastern Aegean Sea. Firefighters in Montenegro battled fires as some locals blamed arsons for the blaze. A Montenegrin army sergeant died and another was seriously injured when their water truck overturned while battling wildfires in the Kuchi region. Wildfires have been burning for days in parts of Montenegro, including Kuchi region, northeast of the capital, Podgorica. An 80-year-old man died after he lit a fire in his yard in southern Albania that spread around the area. The incident took place in a village in Kramsh district, 80 kilometers south of Albania's capital, Tirana. Several villages have been evacuated as the wildfires continue to affect parts of Albania, as 30 wildfires endangered residents and burning forest areas. Tourists were evacuated from the Blue Eye water spring in the southwest of the country after wildfires swallowed a bigger area of forests. Residents of 4 villages were also evacuated from the Polikin area in central Albania that is close to a former army ammunition depot. According to the Albanian authorities, thousands of firefighters, army personnel, and local staff have been mobilized. Meanwhile, the firefighting efforts are being supported by the United Arab Emirates, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Greece.
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of how, in an unprecedented move, the stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench, and the hearing is all slated to take place at 10:30 a.m. today. Also, after the break is Rahul Gandhi's U-turn on the threat. After claiming that Rahul Gandhi has threat to life, his lawyer now makes a U-turn, claiming that application has been submitted without consulting Rahul Gandhi.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe. CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after 2 unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel, underscoring their professionalism and adherence to humanitarian norms. This incident is a significant embarrassment for China on multiple fronts. It reveals a troubling lack of coordination between its own maritime forces. The fact that a Coast Guard vessel collided with a Navy destroyer during a routine operation suggests serious flaws in communication, navigation, or command protocols. The event occurred in a region where China has been aggressively asserting its territorial claims, attempting to project strength and control. Instead, the collision undermined that narrative, turning a show of force into a spectacle of internal dysfunction. The response, or lack thereof, from Chinese authorities further compounded the humiliation. While the Philippine Coast Guard maintained composure and extended help, China remained silent, failing to acknowledge the incident or engage diplomatically. This contrast in behavior highlighted not only China's
Thank you for staying with Republic. In a powerful address at KIIT Law School, former Supreme Court Judge and retired Karnataka Lokayukta Justice N. Santosh Hegde warned that greed is the root cause of declining social values, calling it a disease with no cure. Speaking on the topic, fall in social values and its consequences, he criticized the relentless pursuit of money and power, which he said has led to massive scams and drained national resources. Here's a report on that. Former Judge of Supreme Court and retired Karnataka Lokayukta Justice N. Santosh Hegde delivered a powerful address on fall in social values and its consequences at KIIT Law School. Speaking at the event, Justice Santosh Hegde said that greed is a disease for which there is no medicine, and it is at the root of the fall in our social values.
Starting from cleanliness, discipline, and infrastructure that is provided for the students, apart from charity that is outlining almost all the project. Thousands and thousands of the students who were otherwise deprived of education have been provided free education, free stay, free meal by Kalinga group of institutions, for which the one and the only person who contributed is Dr. Samantha.
He urged the students to cultivate contentment without abandoning ambition. Drawing from his own experiences, he noted that he has seen countless people suffer at the hands of institutions created under our Constitution to ensure good governance. He recalled that in earlier times, the fear of punishment extended beyond the wrongdoer to their family, acting as a deterrent against misconduct. Let's also have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking internationally. Typhoon Podul made landfall in Taiwan on Wednesday, battering the island's southeast with heavy rain and strong winds. The storm hits shortly after noon, uprooting trees, damaging structure and causing significant disruptions, including the closure of schools and government offices. In Tatung, powerful gust ripped the roof of a gas station, scattered debris and sent a fishing raft crashing into the road. Podul, which spanned 120 kilometers, moved at a steady pace of 36 kilometers per hour across the southern third of Taiwan, where it was expected to weaken as it passed over the central mountain range before heading toward the Taiwan Strait and China. The storm's impact also led to flight cancellations and delays, primarily affecting southern routes. Tensions in Serbia escalated as violent clashes erupted between pro-government and anti-government protests in several towns, leaving multiple people injured in a town located northwest of Belgrade. At least 16 police officers were reportedly injured during the clashes. The violence comes amid growing unrest over the political grievances, with both sides clashing in a series of confrontations across the country. The situation has raised concerns about further instability as authorities struggle to contain the rising tensions. The Lebanese president emphasized Lebanon's stance against foreign intervention in its internal affairs during a meeting with the Iranian security official on Wednesday. He stressed the importance of stability and security for the Lebanese people. The visit comes after Lebanon's government voted for a United States-backed plan amid disarming Hezbollah by the end of the year and amid establishing a ceasefire with Israel, which has been met with resistance from both Iran and Hezbollah. A deadly explosion at an explosives factory on the outskirts of Brazil claimed the lives of at least 9 people. The blast occurred at an Annex Brazil facility which specializes in explosives production and rock blasting. The victims reportedly included 6 men and 3 women, while 7 other workers sustained minor injuries and were later released from the hospital. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation as the rescue teams continue to search for debris or any additional victims in the case. Record floodwaters released by the nearby Mendenhall Glacier urged through Alaska on Wednesday, causing flooding along several streets and prompting evacuations as water from the glacier's ice dam began spilling into the Mendenhall River. By Wednesday morning, the river reached a major flood stage, surpassing 16-foot level and breaking the previous record set July last year. While no immediate reports of major damage were received, local officials warned that high water would persist for several more hours. Residents in flood-prone areas, particularly those near Mendenhall Lake and River, were urged to remain vigilant as the outburst from the glacier's melting ice continues to affect the capital city, which has a population of nearly 30,000. Now, a crucial 10-day chlorella vaccination campaign has been launched in Sudan's capital as the country grapples with a rapidly escalating cholera outbreak. Humanitarian groups have raised alarms about the alarming spread of the disease, which has been found out by the ongoing conflict, severe displacement and recent heavy rainfall. The vaccination drive, which kicked off this week, aims to protect around 1.5 lakh children in the capital, with a focus on both adults and children aged 1 year and above. This initiative comes amid a dire public health crisis, with over 83,000 cholera cases reported and thousands displaced by the ongoing civil war. Here's a report on that.
A crucial 10-day cholera vaccination campaign has been launched in Sudan's capital, Khartoum, in response to a rapidly escalating cholera outbreak that humanitarian groups warn is spreading with alarming speed. The campaign, which kicked off this week, is part of ongoing efforts to curb the deadly disease amid the country's complex humanitarian crisis.
الحملة بدأت من يوم 10 أغسطس حتستمر لحد يوم 19 في محلية الخرطوم. عندنا 8 وحدات إدارية مستهدفينها كلها. عندنا عدد 105 مركز ما بين مؤقت لثابت مستهدفنا لأن احنا مفروض نغطيه 155,333 طفل.
The cholera outbreak, fueled by ongoing conflict, severe displacement and recent heavy rainfall, has resulted in thousands of cases across the country. The vaccination initiative, spread across 105 medical facilities in Khartoum, is targeting both adults and children, with a special focus on protecting 155,000 children in the capital.
الفئة العمرية المستهدفة من عام فأكثر، يعني كل الفئات العمرية أكبر من سنة مستهدفة معانا في التطعيم.
Residents of Khartoum, many of whom have been displaced by the ongoing civil war, expressed both fear and relief as the vaccination drive began. The cholera situation in Sudan has grown increasingly dire.
جينا يعني من النزوح
كنا متخوفين من الكوليرا والحميات. الملاريات بقت منتشرة وملاريات قوية، يعني ما زي القديمة ديك اللي احنا بنعرفها. ملاريا قوية لكن الملاريا بتتعالج، لكن الكوليرا هي الصعبة. بس الحمد لله التطعيم الظاهر بقى بخوف، بدي الناس طمأنينة إنه الكوليرا ما تنتشر.
According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, over 32,000 suspected cholera cases have been reported in 2025 alone. Since the outbreak was first declared in July 2024, more than 83,000 cases and over 2,000 deaths have been documented, underscoring the severity of the crisis. While previous vaccination campaigns launched last year have had some success in containing the outbreak, the disease continues to spread.
أنا كأم اطمنت شديد إنه اللقاح بتاع الكوري ده أول ما جانا إحنا بقينا مطمنين.
Cross-border transmission, a collapsing healthcare system, and poor living conditions exacerbated by the ongoing conflict between Sudan's army and the rapid support forces have created a storm for cholera to thrive.
الوضع الصحي حاليا يعني الناس بتعاني، يعني إنه ده وباء يعني حاصل لنا، الناس كلها بتعاني إنه في كوليرا في حاجات. ونحن شويه الليله لما شفنا التطعيم يعني طمنا انه عرفنا انه شنو يا اخي الحمد لله يعني كده انه الواحد كده ممكن يعني شويه يعني يقول شنو على حسب انه الحاجه اللي حصلت لنا في الحرب يعني طمنا انه الدنيا لسه بخير.
The war, which erupted in April 2023 between the RSF and the Sudanese military, has displaced millions and killed more than 40,000 people. The conflict has also severely strained the country's infrastructure, with millions now at risk of famine.
It's time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of the top 2 stories, where the Supreme Court #1 is all set to hear the stray dog case at 10:30 a.m. today. Also after the break, details on how a terror hideout has been busted in Jammu and Kashmir just one day ahead of the Independence Day celebrations.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen-3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to distinct targets, posing a significant challenge to missile defense systems when deployed. Pakistan's missile arsenal is still limited to its immediate neighbors. Global Reach claims that Asim Muni's claim of half the world, for example, exaggerates capabilities. With a 2,750-kilometer range, the Shaheen-3 can target all of India and portions of the Middle East, but it cannot reach North America, East Asia or Western Europe. The 2000
in Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic. I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. Let's get started with the top headlines. In an unprecedented move, stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench hearing at 10:30 a.m. today. After claiming threat to Rahul Gandhi's life, lawyer makes U-turn, claiming application submitted without consulting Rahul. The BSF, Meghalaya police and villagers of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. Flash floods continue in Himachal. Police post swept away and over 325 roads closed. Heavy rain warning, 3 districts. Actor Shilpa Shetty and husband, businessman Raj Kundra, have been charged with defrauding a Mumbai-based businessman of rupees 60 crore.
If Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday,
Yes, they will. Yeah.
what will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Ahead of Alaska summit, Trump warns Putin, says end Ukraine war or face consequences. But viewers, breaking news coming in. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif seeks intervention of the United States in the Kashmir issue. Rattled Pakistan now asked for Trump to intervene and play key role in resolving the Kashmir issue. That is the big breaking news we are tracking on top of this hour, where Pakistan once again at it, with the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif seeks intervention of the United States in the Kashmir issue. We understand that Pakistan is rattled, but they have gone ahead and now asked Donald Trump to intervene and play an important role in resolving the Kashmir issue. In fact, the Pakistan Prime Minister had sought the United States interference in the Kashmir issue. He has said that Trump should play a key role to solve the Kashmir issue between India and Pakistan. And this is coming in as the latest development. He's also gone ahead and said Trump should resolve issue for a lasting peace, is what we understand at this point in time. Well, Donald Trump should play a key role to resolve Kashmir issue for long-lasting peace. Major General Rajan Kochar is joining me on the phone line. Major General Kochar, at this point in time, how do you view this development? Because Shehbaz Sharif looks like he's quite rattled. He's gone ahead and asked Donald Trump to be involved and intervene in the Kashmir issue. All right, I guess there is a technical issue, but Mr. Kochar, I would like to ask you once again, you know, the fact how Shehbaz Sharif looks quite rattled, he's gone ahead and he has sought intervention of Donald Trump in the Kashmir issue. How do you see this?
See, it's very, very clear that the Kashmir issue is to be handled bilaterally between India and Pakistan. There is no question of any outside force coming into being, leave alone the United States. And these are signs of desperate measures. I can now understand why General Munir is time and again going to Pakistan, because he's wanting to rake up this issue with the United States to intervene. And our stand has been very, very clear to Pakistan that this is a bilateral issue, and we will not interfere any third-party intervention. If you remember, President Trump also, immediately after Operation Sindoor, he made a statement that he is ready to mediate in Kashmir, and there was a strong statement from our Ministry of External Affairs to state that U.S. has no role as far as mediation is concerned. And I think Pakistan also knows very, very clearly. So I think this is an attempt to try to once again internationalize this issue. And since this recent bonhomie we are seeing between Pakistan and the USA, Pakistan is wanting to cash on this sort of a situation and put pressure on India. But we are absolutely very, very clear as far as India is concerned that we will not accept any third-party mediation into Kashmir. And one thing more I'd like to add, I think this is a direct result of the Indus Water Treaty also, because if you remember, yesterday there was a statement from Shahbaz Sharif on Indus Water. A day before, Bilawal Bhutto spoke, and then Jal Munir also spoke. So I think this is, they are strategizing this entire issue in trying to bring every day some new pressure points in which they can impose some kind of pressure on India to come to the table to discuss Indus water. We are very, very clear that Kashmir is not on the table. Kashmir is not for discussion. In case Pakistan wants to come to a discussion on Indus Water Treaty, India has said that they are ready for that. So I think this message is loud and clear to Pakistan.
Right. Major General Rajan Kocha, appreciate you joining us and giving your opinion on this very important story. I've been joined by Major General K.K. Sinha also. But before I come to you, sir, let's listen in to what Shehbaz Sharif exactly had to say.
और इस मौके के ऊपर मैं अमेरिका के सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का भी खुलूस दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपनी टीम के साथ मिलकर जंग बंदी के लिए मस्बत और ठोस किरदार अदा किया। मुझे कभी उम्मीद है कि खित्ते में देर पा अमन के लिए सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप कश्मीर का मसला अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा की करारदादों और इंसाफ के तकाज़ों के मुताबिक हल करवाने में अपना भरपूर किरदार अदा करेंगे।
Right, that was Shehbaz Sharif there, as we heard. Now, let me go across to Major General K.K. Sinha, who's with us on the phone line. Major General Sinha, how do you view this development, given at this point in time, Shehbaz Sharif, who has very openly sought an intervention of the United States in the Kashmir issue, and it looks like Pakistan somewhere in some sort of a crisis, or rather rattled. What do you have to say?
Good morning, Ajay. Pakistan is doing the same mistake what they did it in 1971. They wanted the American intervention and they lost the complete East Pakistan. The history is repeating, and this time if they are going to ask for the intervention of Americans, and especially Donald Trump administration, the days are not very far off when this UK and all those things will be taken. No one can intervene. This is absolutely a bilateral issue, and this is what the India stand is there. It's absolutely loud and clear. Let anyone. They have got just one traction during Operation Sindoor. Just they think that by doing all those things to man, to just give him what his wishes are, that he becomes gets a Nobel Prize. They can go that far. I think it is I will say just it is welcome for the Pakistanis to do that. These things are a cheap, way of doing geopolitics, and especially into the domain of geostrategic, things. When you openly, ask someone to intervene, they have just got one traction. That may be a personal reason because Donald Trump's administration is doing, and the second thing is because of the changes, what is going on. They are playing the game. Americans are playing the game with the Pakistan. They actually want to put them across the China. So he thinks that, rivalry, which is a very old with India and Pakistan, basically it is a terrorism. They have just got a small traction. And that, what he is saying, that he intervened and he will request the Trump to intervene. What Trump has got and what America has got to do, they have seen this. This happened in 1971, and I feel that the moment of 1971 is coming. Pakistan is on the verge of, getting. India is absolutely ready, militarily, strategically, and we have got our own way of doing things. And no better time can come. And I wish all the best to Pakistan, that they are starting on the day on, I think, the 14th August is coming, that is Independence Day, they will lose their path. The balkanizations of the Pakistan is absolutely, it is not getting in reality.
Right. Major General Sinha, appreciate you joining us and speaking with us on Republic regarding this pertaining issue with Pakistan, and now Shehbaz Sharif making fresh directions or requests to Donald Trump to intervene in the Kashmir issue. We will be tracking those details very, very closely. Now, let's shift our focus to more breaking news coming in, viewers. Prime Minister Modi has spoken on partition. He said the horrors Remembrance Day, India observes the partition, and he's gone ahead and said that remembering the upheaval and I beg your pardon, viewers, and the pain endured by the countless people during that tragic chapter of our history. It is also a day to honor their ability to face unimaginable loss and still find the strength to start afresh. Many of those affected went on to rebuild their lives and achieve remarkable milestones. This day is also a reminder of our enduring responsibility to strengthen the bonds of harmony that hold our country together. So that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statement, viewers. This very morning he has spoken on the partition horrors, Remembrance Day, and as India observes the partition horrors, Remembrance Day, Prime Minister has gone ahead and given a statement and said that people during that tragic chapter of our history have suffered a lot. It is also a day to honor their ability to face unimaginable loss and still find the strength to start afresh. Prime Minister Modi also went on to say that many of those affected went on to rebuild their lives and achieve remarkable milestone. This also is a reminder of our enduring responsibility to strengthen the bonds of harmony that hold our country together. So very, very strong message there coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi this very morning, honoring the great of people who had suffered, and he also said that it is a reminder of our enduring responsibility, this responsibility to strengthen the bonds of harmony that hold our country together. And viewers, shifting our focus to another major issue that is coming into light. The Supreme Court bench is all slated to rehear the stray dogs case today. That's a breaking development coming in. The Supreme Court has shifted the suo motu case regarding the stray dogs in Delhi NCR to a newly constituted 3-judge bench, which will hear the matter today. And the special bench will hear multiple petitions related to the stray dog issue, including fresh pleas against the rounding up of strays. Now, a bench of Justice Vikram Raj, Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria will hear the matter. Meanwhile, Supreme Court also uploaded the order passed in the Delhi NCR stray dogs matter, which stated the past 2 decades were systematic failure of authorities and streets should not be proved to vulnerable places.
My colleague Aditya is joining us to give us more details. Aditya, the Supreme Court is all set to rehear the stray dog case today. What are we going to be, expecting? Because the court has shifted the entire suo motu case regarding the stray dog to a newly constituted 3-judge bench.
Well, the first order which came on Monday was on 3 parameters. The first, the Supreme Court ordered about the removal of the dog from the street. Second, about the relocation from the of the dog from the streets to the shelter homes. And the third, about not releasing them back on the streets. So after which there was some protest, and now the matter is gone back to the Supreme Court. The matter was listed for hearing today, but mentioned yesterday in the court of the CJI. Now the CJI has constituted a new bench for the matter to be heard. And now what we can actually expect from the court is two. First, either they can uphold the order which was passed on Monday by the bench of Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan, or second, they can actually have something more in terms of direction to the authorities, that how should these kind of directions can be implemented. So what can we expect is two. The first, either they can uphold the order of the Monday in total sense, or second, they can add some of them the authorities, which is MCD, NDMC, which can be NDMC, MCD, Gurgaon, and other authorities in this matter.
All right, Aditya, appreciate you giving us those details, but we will be keeping a very, very close eye on today's hearing regarding the stray dog case in the Supreme Court. And we will also get in more news and updates on the other side. And viewers, breaking news coming in. Security forces have uncovered hidden terrorist hideout in Kupwara. Several arms and ammunition have been recovered, and the hideout has been busted in Kupwara by the Chinar warriors and the Kupwara police. Several pistol, explosives and ammunitions have been recovered. We're also bringing you those visuals exclusively on Republic, where the security forces have once again uncovered a hidden terrorist hideout in Kupwara. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, the security forces are on their toes, and time and again, every day we are hearing them succeeding in several operations, and they have recently were able to uncover a hidden terrorist hideout in Kupwara. Help us understand about the entire operation and what all has been recovered.
Right ahead of the Independence Day, a major terror hideout has been busted. It is in the Alachi Zab area of the Gulgam forest in the Kupwara, the North Kashmir's Kupwara district, that Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police launched an operation, and during the operation they have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition, that is a pistol, grenades, 2 magazines. The magazines of AK has also been recovered, along with hundreds of round and other materials. What it seems that this was kept by the terrorists to carry out an act of terror, but due to the timely intervention of the security forces, that terror threat has been foiled, because the recovery of the weapons that has taken place, especially the pistol and the magazines, that appears to be a new one. So possibly it has been kept by the terrorists for their overground workers to carry out the targeted killings, or by the terrorists themselves, because there are the AK magazines and the hundreds and rounds of the AK that have also been recovered, but this weapon is missing. That clearly shows that it was kept as one of the safe hiding places, but it was unearthed timely by the security forces. Now as we speak, a massive anti-terror operation has been launched in the nearby area. Also in the Handwada, we are getting to know that some of the suspects have been picked up by the Handwada police with regards to their involvement in the terror cases. So everything is being worked upon, because tomorrow is the 79th Independence Day. Country will be celebrating, and there are chances that the Pakistan may try to foment the trouble, like the provocative statements we have seen on the Kashmir coming from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. It can be said that the Pakistan is hell-bent, because yesterday only there was an infiltration that was foiled in the Uri sector of the Baramulla, wherein one brave heart of the Indian Army, Havaldar Ankit Kumar, he made the supreme sacrifice while pushing the Pakistani terrorists back to their territory. So back-to-back incidents of terror are being reported, be it on the line of control or in the hinterland, but the security forces have successfully foiled this terror attempt by the Pakistan, and this hideout of the terrorists has been busted with the recovery of multiple grenades, pistols, magazines and hundreds of ammunition of the AK series.
Right, Gursimran, appreciate you joining us and giving us all the details there. We will be coming and tracking all the updates on the other side. But viewers, it's time to shift our focus because some breaking news is coming in. The BSF and the Meghalaya police have foiled an ISI operation. 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable have been arrested. Security forces have uncovered new ISI route through Bangladesh. That is the latest breaking development we are tracking for our viewers now. BSF and the Meghalaya police have foiled the ISI operation where 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable have been arrested. The security forces have uncovered this new ISI route through Bangladesh. My colleague Shivangi is joining us at this point in time to give us more details. Shivangi, help us understand what exactly happened as the BSF and the Meghalaya police foiled the ISI operation.
That is right. You know, is almost here right now. It's 15th August, and as we count down to Independence Day, security has been ramped up across all the border areas all across the nations. Particularly BSF and Meghalaya, they have launched an operation called Operation Alert. So Operation Alert is to make sure that no infiltration happens across the border. We see that there's round-the-clock patrolling, and amidst this, we see that the BSF, Meghalaya and the police, they have arrested 4 Pakistanis and 1 Bangladeshi. So 4 Pakistani militants, 1 Bangladeshi constable, they have been arrested, and now they see that security forces have uncovered that the ISI is using a new tactic for infiltration. So earlier they used to target Kashmir and Nepal borders, but now they're trying to come in through Meghalaya. So this is the latest coming in as a BSF, Meghalaya and the police have foiled one more infiltration attempt by the ISI this time when it comes to infiltration routes. Remember, it's not just here in this border, but across the nation we see that security has been stepped up, particularly in Meghalaya. Operation Alert has been already put into motion, and this will be, this happened a few days ago, and it will continue a few days after Independence Day. So big win for our forces, big win coming in for the police, where they have nabbed 4 Pakistani militants and 1 Bangladeshi constable who are trying to enter our country through illegal routes. Yes, back to you, Riyanka.
Right, Shivangi, thank you for giving us those details on that story. Viewers, it's time to shift our focus and take a look at Bharat in 2 minutes. After a mob attacked a police team and vandalized the vehicles of security personnel in Assam's Hojai district, 7 people have been arrested so far, and as per the police officials, the unrest began when locals detained a heavy vehicle along with its driver. A police team then was dispatched to the scene to rescue the driver, but an argument broke out between the officers and some residents. The situation then quickly escalated into violence. People took to the streets in North 24 Parganas over the death of a delivery boy allegedly due to fire in a car after an accident near Salt Lake area. Police used tear gas shells to disperse the protesting crowd.
जो डिलीवरी बॉय था वो इस साइड से सॉल्ट लेक के अंदर जा रहा था, ठीक है, और जो 4 व्हीलर था उधर से आ रहा था, तो ये सिग्नल पे रुका था, तो वो अचानक से आके इसको मार दिया। जो लड़का था यहाँ पे जो रॉड है, इस रॉड में उसका पैर फंस गया था, ठीक है, तो फंसने के बाद क्या है, कोई मदद करने नहीं आया, पुलिस वगैरह कोई मदद करने नहीं आया। गाड़ी में फायर लग गया, लगने के बाद वो बॉडी पूरा जल गया। जलने के बाद कोई चित्कार कर रहा था, कोई भी नहीं आया, पुलिस भी नहीं आया, कोई भी नहीं आया, ठीक है। जब यहाँ पे सब भीड़ लग गया तो पुलिस ने लाठीचार्ज करके जो आंसू बेस जो बोला था, आंसू जो गैस होता है ना, वो करके सबको यहाँ से भगा दिया।
After the protests taking place in Chennai against the privatization of solid waste management and to seek job permanency, the police detained all the conservancy workers of the Greater Chennai Corporation. Over 800 workers have been arrested and 5 are injured during the protest. The protesters were forcibly removed around midnight and taken away by buses within 45 minutes. A government-constituted team of experts will inspect the disaster-affected area in Tharali. The team included Shantanu Sarkar, Director of the Uttarakhand Landslide Mitigation and Management Centre, Dr. D.P. Kanungo, Chief Scientist at the Central Building Research Institute, and Ravi Negi, Director of the Geological Survey of India. Other members were Dr. Amit Kumar from the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology and Mohit Kumar, Principal Advisor of ULMMC. The expert will probe the damage caused by the disaster. Uttarakhand Cabinet approves the Uttarakhand Freedom of Religion Amendment Bill 2025 under the chairmanship of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. The bill includes punishment for marriage by false identity and incitement for conversion through social media, messaging apps, or any online medium, among others. And viewers, breaking news coming in. Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty Kundra, her husband Raj Kundra and other individuals have been booked by Mumbai Police's Economic Offence Wing for allegedly cheating a businessman of over 60 crore rupees in a loan-cum-investment deal. Trouble mounting for Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra along with another person. My colleague Meenakshi is joining us on the phone line to help us with more details. Meenakshi, give us updates in terms of this particular breaking development coming in with the trouble mounting for Shilpa Shetty and her husband Raj Kundra at this point in time related to loan-cum-investment deal.
Yes, we have got information that the Economic Offences Wing has registered a fraud case against Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty and her husband Raj Kundra and one individual. The case was filed at the Juhu police station, and the allegation is that they cheated Mumbai businessman Deepak Kothari of 60 crore in a loan-cum-investment deal linked to their now defunct company. Best Deal TV Private Limited is the name of the company, according to the information. The complaint was submitted through the legal representatives of this businessman, who is Deepak Kothari. And according to Kothari, he was introduced to Raj Kundra and Shilpa Shetty by one Rajesh Arya, and at that time the couple were directors of Best Deal TV Private Limited and a home shopping and online retail platform, and reportedly that they had held a combined 87.6% stake in this company, and he alleged that they cheated him, and he already registered a complaint against Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra at Juhu police station.
All right, Meenakshi, appreciate you giving us those details. We will be continuing to track that story very, very closely. But let's also understand how at this point in time it is another big blow to Raj Kundra already, because he was already under the scanner previously for another case, and now it is Shilpa Shetty also along with another related to this case who are going to be facing the heat. All right, viewers, after this we will be shifting to a short commercial break, but we will be coming right back with more news and updates on the other side. Flash floods continue in Himachal. Police posts swept away and over 325 roads closed. Heavy rain warning in 3 districts. And also on the other side, we will be tracking that ahead of Alaska summit, Donald Trump has warned Putin, says that end the Ukraine war or face consequences. More news and updates on the other side, viewers. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया जोना
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया जोना
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. In an unprecedented move, stray dog case has been referred to a 3-judge bench, hearing at 10:30 a.m. After claiming threat to Rahul Gandhi's life, lawyer makes a U-turn, claiming application submitted without consulting Rahul Gandhi. BSF Meghalaya. Police and villagers of Meghalaya border arrest 4 Pakistani terrorists and 1 Bangladeshi constable. Flash floods continue in Himachal. Police post swept away in over 325 roads closed. Heavy rain warning in 3 districts. Actor Shilpa Shetty and husband, businessman Raj Kundra, have been charged with defrauding a Mumbai-based businessman of rupees 60 crores.
Face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Ahead of Alaska summit, Trump warns Putin, says end Ukraine war or face consequences. Good morning, viewers. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. US President Trump has now issued a stern warning to Russia, saying there will be very severe consequences if President Putin refuses to stop the war with Ukraine after their meeting. That is right. So big update coming in right now. Trump did not specify the nature of the consequences, however. Okay, so big update, viewers, because we see that US President Trump has issued a forceful warning that Russian President Putin would face very severe consequences if he refuses to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. And this ultimatum that Trump has put forward has just come ahead of the scheduled summit in Alaska. Trump did not detail what those consequences would entail, though reports suggest that they may range from economic sanctions to potential tariff action. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in. Trump's warning was made just days before the Alaska meeting with Putin. Let's go and play out that statement for our viewers.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
All right, so back to what is coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV, where we see that Trump has warned of consequences without specifying their nature. This is coming just after a joint virtual meeting between Trump, European leaders, and Ukraine President Zelensky, where they stressed that Ukraine must remain central to any peace agreement. So what will happen next? Well, there's a huge summit between Trump and Putin, which will be later on. But before that summit, Trump has fired off this warning. We'll try to connect to our reporter in a short while from now. We'll try to connect to Nick. But for now, let's move ahead. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV, where US President Trump and Russian President Putin will meet on August 15th at joint base in Alaska. 3 rounds of talks between Russia and Ukraine this summer, held at Trump's behest, have yet to bring the two sides any closer to peace. And while the world is waiting for the key meeting, Republic is the only Indian channel to be reporting live from Alaska, the venue for the crucial meeting. Let's go ahead and look at this report. All right, so we will try to go ahead to Nick as well, who will be joining us live from Alaska in a short while from now. And what we see is that US President Trump has issued a forceful warning that Russian President Putin would face very severe consequences if he refuses to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. This ultimatum comes just ahead of their scheduled summit in Alaska. Trump did not detail what those consequences would entail. The reports suggest they may range from economic sanctions to potential tariff action. So this is what we see right now on Republic TV, where we will be waiting for more updates to come in terms of what to expect next. But now we see that that Trump is warning of severe consequences in this case. All right, let's go straight across to Nick, joining us live from Alaska. Nick, I'm coming across to you right now. You're in Alaska, and we know Alaska is it's a very icy place, and this entire summit will be taking place in Alaska. But the cold vibes are already being felt, Nick, because Trump is saying that if Putin does not consider what he wants to put forward, there'll be very severe consequences, even though Trump has not really laid out what those consequences are, Nick.
Yes, that's right. Here now is really rainy in Alaska. I'm now driving next to the military base where Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin will meet in less than 48 hours. And there are a lot of speculations in the Western media about what are the things that Trump wants from Putin. But actually, in the Russian delegation, there is a lot of optimism, and they are thinking that this time Trump and Putin can reach agreement. All this talk now in the media, in the Western media, is just because Ukraine is in a lot of stress, and they are feeling that Trump and Putin will now agree to conclude the war, to end the war. And it is not so good for Ukraine right now because they want to have a better outcome of this war. Back to you.
That is right. And Nick, you're joining us live from Alaska, and before of course, we will be waiting for that summit. But we know that Ukraine has made it very clear that it does want to stay central to the agreements which will be taking place. So how can US ensure that Ukraine stays central to the agreements and the talks which will take place? We know how the Russia-Ukraine war has now entered its 3rd year already. So it looks like a very prickly issue.
Yeah, that's right. I think that right now we still can't know exactly what will happen, but the fact that the meeting is happening here behind me in Alaska, in the United States, in an area that used to be the Russian America, it used to be a place belonging to the Russian Empire. And there is a lot of symbolic idea behind choosing this place. I think all of that showing that this meeting will be with some conclusion, with some outcome. It will not be for nothing, because I don't think Donald Trump will put all his reputation in this meeting if in the end he thinks nothing will happen. I believe that Putin and Trump already agreed about a lot of things that are really important for both countries, and it's not just about Ukraine, it's also about the mutual relationship between the United States and Russia. There are a lot of things that can be really interesting for the both countries, and one of them is the Arctic region here next to Alaska, and there are a lot of resources there, a lot of money, and Trump likes good deals, and here he can make a great deal with a lot of potential regarding Arctic region, regarding other regions, and other regions where United States and Russia can cooperate. Back to you.
That is right. And you know, Nick, as you're in Alaska, and we also know that the US is giving an ultimatum, right? It's saying that you really have to come down and agree on a ceasefire. But do you think that President Trump putting that pressure on Putin is going to help the situation or make it worse? Do you think that the US has enough bargaining power to make Putin agree to a ceasefire like he has been saying for the longest time?
I think for sure U.S. has a lot of leverage on Russia, because the Russian economy right now is struggling because of the sanctions, because the SWIFT is not working and all those international transactions are not working. It's really bad for the Russian companies and for Russian businessmen and for Russian banking system. And there are a lot of other areas in which United States putting hurdles on Russia. So for sure now it is the time for Russia to end this war. And they also want to do that because the people of Russia, the population, they're also tired of this war. A lot of people are dying, a lot of people coming injured, and Russians can't travel easily around the world as they used to. They can't use international services. Now even the Telegram is not working anymore in Russia. And I think WhatsApp as well will be cut off, and all the international services are not working. So there are a lot of hurdles on the lives of regular people also. And I think the Russian government, President Putin, wants also to make the life better for its people. And the only thing that now they need to decide is how to conclude the war in Ukraine in a way that both leaders can work and live with that. And Ukraine will need to concede, they will need to agree on the deal that Trump and Putin will make.
All right, thank you for getting those details for us and Nick. And we're counting down to that summit between Trump and Putin, and we'll have to wait and watch exactly what happens between the two leaders. Let's move ahead right now to our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes, where we'll tell you all about all the stories we're tracking. Let's get started. At least 14 police personnel were injured after a mob attack. A police team and vandalized a vehicle of security personnel in Assam. 7 people have been arrested so far as per the police officials. The unrest began when locals detained a heavy vehicle along with its driver. A police team then was dispatched to the scene to rescue the driver when an argument broke out between the officers and some residents. Situation then quickly escalated into violence. People took to the streets in North 24 Parganas over the death of a delivery boy allegedly due to fire in a car after an accident near Salt Lake area. Police used tear gas shells to disperse the protesting crowd.
जो डिलीवरी बॉय था वो इस साइड से सॉल्ट लेक के अंदर जा रहा था, ठीक है, और जो 4 व्हीलर था उधर से आ रहा था, तो ये सिग्नल पे रुका था, तो वो अचानक से आके इसको मार दिया। जो लड़का था यहाँ पे जो रॉड है, इस रॉड में उसका पैर फंस गया था, ठीक है। तो फंसने के बाद क्या है, कोई मदद करने नहीं आया, पुलिस वगैरह कोई मदद करने नहीं आया। गाड़ी में फायर लग गया, लगने के बाद वो बॉडी पूरा जल गया। जलने के बाद कोई चित्कार कर रहा था, कोई भी नहीं आया, पुलिस भी नहीं आया, कोई भी नहीं आया, ठीक है। जब यहाँ पे सब भीड़ लग गया तो पुलिस ने लाठीचार्ज करके जो आंसू जो बोला था, आंसू जो गैस होता है ना, वो करके सबको यहाँ।
After the protest taking place in Chennai against the privatization of solid waste management and to seek job permanency, the police detained all its conservancy workers of the Greater Chennai Corporation. Over 800 workers have been arrested and 5 are injured during the protest. The protesters were forcibly removed around midnight and taken away by buses within 45 minutes. A government-constituted team of experts will inspect the disaster-affected areas in Tharali. The team included Shantanu Sarkar, Director of the Uttarakhand Landslide Mitigation and Management Centre, Dr. D.P. Ganangu, Chief Secretary Scientist of at the Central Building Research Institute, and Ravi Negi, Director of the Geological Survey of India. Other members were Dr. Amit Kumar from the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology and Mohit Kumar, Principal Advisor of the ULMMC. This expert will probe the damage caused by the disaster. And viewers, much more coming right up. Supreme Court is slated to hear the Nimisha Priya case today after central government on July 18 argued before the court that they are in contact with Yemen's authority and friendly nations to seek a mutually agreeable solution in Priya's case. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe. CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after 2 unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel, underscoring their professionalism and adherence to humanitarian norms. This incident is a significant embarrassment for
Welcome back, viewers. The legend returns. It's not just riding on nostalgia. Iconic Yes D Roadster has made a spectacular comeback in an all-new classic avatar. And this time, it's got more than just old-school charm. Yes D Roadster means business as it comes with some serious updates. Let's find out what they are.
Yes D is reborn. The iconic Yes D Roadster has hit the Indian market with some major updates. A single-cylinder liquid-cooled engine, this motor packs a punch. Churning close to 28.6 bhp power and 29 Nm of torque. Cool dads were not riding posters but real bikes, says Yes D's Anupam Tareja.
The classic market, if you ask me, is what is classic? Classic means something that was there and it's back, but it has authentic stories, right? Now, there are a lot of old brands that are coming to India, but are they classic from an Indian point of view? You may have seen those brands on posters, but the cool dads and the cool dads, they were not riding posters, they were riding real bikes on real roads and making real stories.
Here are some of the major updates Yes D has rolled out with this new Roadster. You can choose from 6 factory-made custom kits and over 50 different combinations. Truly, you can create your own Roadster for the road. The 350 Alpha 2 engine comes with a 6-speed gearbox with slipper clutch assist to ensure your gears don't get in your way. Telescopic shock absorbers in the front with twin shock absorbers in the rear. The braking is effectively handled by a 320mm disc in the front and a 240mm disc at the rear. Deti kitna hai? Now this is a question every Indian has while purchasing a motorcycle. Before we get to that, Yes D has answered a more imperative question about chalegi kitna.
The product which we are giving is absolutely unbreakable. It's a phenomenal product.
This Yes D Roadster comes with a 4-year warranty and a comprehensive maintenance package that can be stretched to 5 years. Now that will surely give owners a peace of mind. It also comes with flexi seats, where you've got freedom to choose between going solo with a bobber seating or converting it into a tourer with a dual seat. The design of this Roadster resembles an urban classic. The born out of line design gives the Roadster a rebellious, standout look. Perfect for riders who want to turn heads. The Roadster will directly compete with other classic brands in India like Royal Enfield's Hunter and Honda's CB350. What gives it the edge will be for the Indian consumers to decide.
There are people who are waiting to join a tribe. They want to belong somewhere. Who are you? Where do you belong? And they need that story. And this is that honest story which we have brought in a performance classic. So it's not only just classic. It has got the most powerful engine in its category. Not in India, in the world. There is not a single 350cc motorcycle in classic category which is more powerful than that.
Our final verdict, Yes D Roadster gives Indian riders exactly what they're looking for. A punchy engine that will be able to handle day-to-day commutes with ease while having enough grunt to make those highway rides a fun one.
And viewers, coming right up, Supreme Court to hear Nimisha Priya's case today. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live in breaking.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Greta, legend forever.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не злетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Василя Малюка. Блискуча операція проведена на території ворога.
були сьогодні доповіді наших військових, фронт, особливо Добропілля, Покровський напрямок. Зроблені там кроки, щоб виправити ситуацію. Я вдячний кожному підрозділу, кожному нашому воїну, які зараз знищують окупант. Позиції на Харківщині, позиції на Запоріжжі, позиції на Сумщині. Всюди ми стараємось забезпечити Україні саме такий захист.
I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. There'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine.
Стосується перемовин, в будь-якому випадку вони важливі на рівні лідерів. Але говорити про Україну без України неможливо і ніхто це не прийме. Тому розмова президента Сполучених Штатів і Путіна, безумовно, може бути важливою для їх двостороннього треку, але нічого про Україну без нас вони прийняти не можуть.
Pakistan's de facto military super commander, Asim Munir, made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, just one day before we hit the Independence Day tomorrow, and there are a plethora of Har Ghar Tiranga rallies that are being conducted nationwide, from Amit Shah to JP Nadda to even the opposition parties who are following the lead. We're getting you that and a lot more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. Amid uproar, Supreme Court to hear again Delhi dogs case with larger bench today at 10:30 a.m. Another key hearing in Supreme Court today, Apex Court to hear Nimisha Priya's execution. Trump, in an attempt to become the global cop, yet again warns of severe consequences if Putin continues the Ukraine war after the summit. And ahead of Putin and Trump's key meeting in Alaska tomorrow, Republic's Nick reports live from Alaska, the meeting venue. Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra charged with cheating a businessman of rupees 60 crore. Case has been registered with the Economic Offences Wing. And we saw this edition with the big breaking news that's coming in on Partition Day. This is the Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, where Home Minister Amit Shah has paid tribute to the victims of partition, remembering the violence, exploitation and displacement faced by millions. Shah has blamed Congress for dividing the country and hurting the pride of Mother India, vowing that the pain and history of partition will never be forgotten. That's the latest tweet that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has put out as far as Partition Horrors Remembrance Day is concerned. Remember, just a short while back, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister of UP Yogi Adityanath had also tweeted regarding the same day. All right, more breaking news that's coming in. 3 terror associates linked to Lashkar-e-Toiba, that is the LET, have been arrested in Kalkhud area of Handwara, Kupwara district. Arms and ammunition have been recovered from the possession. All right, this is a key development that has come to fore from Kupwara. 3 LET terrorists have been arrested. Arms and ammunition have been seized. Gursimran, my colleague, is reporting live from Jammu on that note. Gursimran, this is a big development as far as the cracking down on terror is concerned. And this, remember, comes at a very crucial time, just 24 hours ahead of the Independence Day celebrations. Gursimran.
Yes, 3 terror associates of Lashkar-e-Toiba have been arrested by the Handwara police and FIR stand registered after the recovery of weapons. What we are picking up from the sources that they have been identified as Mohammad Iqbal Pandit from the Langate area. The second name is Sajjad Ahmed Shah from the Chekparan area, and the third name, the overground worker, the associate of the terrorist who has been apprehended, has been identified as Ishfaq Ahmed Malik, who is from the Kralkund area. They were apprehended last evening by the Jammu and Kashmir police after which during the sustained interrogation the recovery was made of arms and ammunition, and this comes as a big success for the security forces, as this comes right ahead of the Independence Day when the country is going to celebrate its 79th Independence Day. They were planning some terror strikes, but due to the timely intervention of the security forces, their plan stands foiled, because like we were mentioning earlier that when the Kupwara recovery was made, that was also a major terror hall that was kept there, and the operation was launched in the Handwara because these 3 suspects were detained at that time, and now officially they have been placed under arrest after recovery of weapons, arms, ammunition from their possession.
Right, Goswami, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving on to some other political news that we are tracking here on this edition of 10 a.m. The BJP has slammed the Congress party after its lawyer told the court that Rahul Gandhi's life was in danger. The party questioned if the lawyer is being made a scapegoat and asked why such a threat is claimed only in India and not when Rahul travels abroad. The BJP also linked the remarks to Rahul's family history, accusing the Congress of creating political drama. Listen to this reaction from Sajjad Poonawala, the BJP spokesperson.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कहा है कि उनके वकील ने उनसे बिना पूछे, राहुल गांधी से बिना पूछे ये कह दिया कि राहुल गांधी के जिंदगी को खतरा था। ये वकील की गलती थी या वकील को बलि का बकरा बनाने का प्रयास? जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी के लिए तर्क दिया गया कि राहुल गांधी को थ्रेट है, राहुल गांधी ये बताए कि विदेश जाते हैं तब उनको थ्रेट महसूस नहीं होता, पर भारतीयों के बीच में उनको थ्रेट महसूस होता है। विदेश में तो एसपीजी सिक्योरिटी छोड़कर वो चले जाते हैं। और राहुल गांधी, अगर लीनिएज और बैकग्राउंड ही देखना है तो आपका भी बैकग्राउंड देख लीजिए ना। इंदिरा गांधी के पोते हैं जिन्होंने इमरजेंसी लगाई, आप तो उनके वंशज हैं जिन्होंने सिख नरसंहार को जस्टिफाई किया 1984 में। आपके परिवार ने सबसे बड़े दंगे दिए इस देश को। तो राहुल गांधी जो कहते हैं कि उनको इसलिए डर लगता है क्योंकि कोई किसी लीनिएज से है, तो आपका खुद का लीनिएज भी चेक कर लीजिए। ये राहुल गांधी के द्वारा केवल और केवल बलि का बकरा बनाने की बात है।
And there's more breaking news that's coming in. RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav has accused the JDU MLC Dinesh Singh of holding 2 voter IDs in different constituencies. He claims that Singh's MP wife Veena Devi has also duplicated her voter IDs, alleging collusion between the NDA and the Election Commission. Big allegation that has come forward from Tejasvi Yadav just ahead of the key elections that are going to be held in the state of Bihar. Remember, this also comes as in the backdrop of Rahul Gandhi alleging vote theft by the Election Commission, saying that there are nearly 40,000 fake voters that have been registered by the Election Commission, and the Election Commission is doing this to favor the NDA government. This is a huge claim that, remember, earlier Rahul Gandhi has made, following whom there were other parties as well that followed the same suit. Prakash is joining us live on the edition from Patna. Prakash, this is a huge claim that Tejasvi Yadav has made. He has said that JDU MLC is holding 2 voter ID cards along with his wife. What is the controversy all about?
Well, he's not a JDU MLC, but in fact he has made charges at LJPR MP from Vaishali, Veena Devi, who is holding 2 identity cards, voter ID card, one in Vaishali Sahibganj Assembly Constituency and the other in Muzaffarpur Assembly Constituency, despite the fact that she is a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha from the Vaishali Assembly Constituency, representing Chirag Paswan's party LJPR. Now, she resides in Muzaffarpur. So she has a voter ID card from Muzaffarpur also, and she is a voter in Sahibganj, also her constituency in Vaishali. So as a matter of fact, Tejasvi Yadav had charged that Veena Devi, the LJPR MP, would have signed 2 epic forms and would have given declarations in 2 epic forms, and that is why there are 2 epic cards for Veena Devi, and that is how she has 2 epic cards. So this is a serious allegation, and which it looks like it's a true allegation, and that exposes the Election Commission's entire SIR campaign as well as Tejasvi Yadav's allegation as well. So the whole point is that Tejasvi Yadav has been alleging that SIR was done in a half, within a span of 1 month. It could not have been done. And they were charging that just to eliminate some section of the voters, it has been done, despite the fact that MPs and there are certain sections of the people from different districts, which Rahul Gandhi has also exposed the SIR. So in a way, SIR and the Election Commission stands exposed after Tejasvi Yadav's allegation. LJPR MP holding 2 epic cards, and there's a proof from 2 different assembly constituencies, and that too despite the fact that she is a lawmaker, she is a member of parliament, and she has definitely signed 2 epic forms. And we'll have to wait and watch what kind of action the Election Commission takes against the ruling party MP, since LJPR is a part of the NDA coalition and Chirag Paswan is a union cabinet minister. Back to you.
Absolutely, Prakash. The controversy is only snowballing. Remains to be seen on what action will the Election Commission take. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. This one is from down south, where the TVK chief and actor Vijay has launched a sharp attack on the DMK government, condemning the midnight arrest of sanitation workers protesting for their rights. He alleged that women workers were dragged away while unconscious and seriously injured, calling it as an act of tyranny, not democracy. Vijay has also demanded their immediate release, medical care for the injured, and alternative venue to their demands that where they should be protesting. The Tamil Nadu elections are seeing a very heated controversy. The sanitation workers, remember yesterday, where they staged a protest with their various demands, starting from price hike to their salary hike and better working condition. Now, with the same, we learned that there was a huge uproar where they were protesting. The sanitation workers that were protesting were dragged by the police, and they were taken into custody for protesting. We also learned that after which is the controversy, the political controversy is which followed, where the TVK chief today has slammed the DMK government for the atrocities that they have done, the police has done on the sanitation workers. Sharda, my colleague, joining me live from Chennai on that note. Sharda, this controversy is all about where it started from yesterday's protest. Today, the TVK is hitting out at the DMK government. How is it that the DMK government has to respond to this? Because it is their police's action that has come under intense scrutiny.
The DMK government last evening, after the talks failed between the minister, the administrative minister and the sanitary workers committee, stated that they did not have the permission to continue to protest as the High Court order says that they should be moving to a place where the permission for protest is already given and not outside the corporation office. However, the members of the sanitary workers committee stated that they'd continue the protest in the same place and they wouldn't move, and that the police could arrest them. But it was after 6 p.m. and the police could not arrest the women, and that was the reason they gave when they left in the evening. However, exactly at midnight, multiple holds by the Tamil Nadu police made sure that the people protesting were pushed away from the place. They forced them to be taken into buses and then taken into separate places where now sanitation workers do not have any contact with the outside world. They are not allowed to speak to the family members also. They are now detained. Also, during this arrest was when multiple women faced lashes from the police. There were lathi charges also who were protesting very fiercely. And by this, 5 women were already hurt and they were taken to Rajiv Gandhi Hospital last night. And that is what the TVK leader Vijay is now stating. He's also saying that the DMK is now using the police in this particular way and saying that this is immoral among the humans and this is how it's being treated.
Right, Sharda. Sharda, thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be seen on how this controversy pans out to be now. Viewers, shifting our focus now, Supreme Court is all slated to hear the Nimisha Priya case today after the central government on July 18 had argued before the court that they are in contact with Yemenese authority and friendly nations to seek a mutually agreeable solution in Nimisha Priya case. On that note, I'm also being joined by Subhash Chandra, who is Nimisha Priya's lawyer, on the phone line. Subhash, thank you very much for speaking to Republic this morning. The Supreme Court is all slated to hear the case today. What are you expecting and the arguments that you think will be presented inside the court today?
So good morning. Actually, we will be informing the court regarding the recent updates in Nimisha's case. As there is an understanding between the family and the political leadership in Yemen to revoke the death sentence of Ms. Nimisha Priya in Yemen. So we will be informing the Honorable Supreme Court regarding that. And now we are working on her release. So we'll have to work with the family and the political administration there. And we will have to make some agreement with the family also. So we are on it. And we will be informing the Honorable Supreme Court regarding that recent development. And already also we have requested the central government to grant the permission to travel to Yemen for a delegation, which is been declined by the ME Penal Affairs. So we'll raise that issue also before the Supreme Court today.
Right, sir. So as far as we talk about Nimisha Priya's case and the lawyers presenting her case, what is it that the lawyers are looking forward to present their arguments in as far as the top court is concerned? Because the case has dragged for far too long now.
So, as if now the death sentence of Nimisha Priya is suspended, and there is no immediate threat to her life now. So, we are now working to release her from the gallows, and we have the political administration and the family of the victim has reached to a consensus, and we have an understanding with the family. So now we will have to execute an agreement with the family. And we are working on it. So it may take some time. So we will have to follow many procedures. We will have to complete many formalities. So it may take some time, and we hope we can do it at the earliest.
Right, sir. Thank you very much for sharing those details. All eyes will be now on the Apex Court hearing Nimisha Priya's case. With that, we shift our focus as India celebrates its Independence Day Eve. The Tiranga is waved with pride and people are full of patriotism. The valley in Doda saw a vibrant Tiranga rally organized by Jammu and Kashmir Police. Here's a quick report on that.
As the Independence Day fervour reaches the ends of the country ahead of the 79th Independence Day, a vibrant Tiranga rally has been organised by Jammu and Kashmir Police, students and locals. Waving a 100-metre national flag, spreading patriotism and unity. The rally began from New Kotli bus stand and it culminated at Seri Bazaar. The main highlight of this rally was a display of a 100-meter-long flag that evoked loud cheers and applauses from the crowd. Enthusiasts lined the route, waving flags and chanting slogans such as "Tiranga Hamari Jaan Hai, Tiranga Hamari Shaan Hai." As the rally ended, echoes of Bharat Mata Ki Jai were loudly chanted by students and locals who were a part of the rally. This comes in light as people across the country gear up for the Independence Day.
And shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in, Brazilian President Lula is all set to host an online BRICS meetup to discuss a joint response to United States President Donald Trump's new tariffs. Lula, the Brazilian president, says that the move is a message to G4 nations that democracy, commercial respect and multilateralism matter, warning the United States gamble may backfire. That's the big breaking news coming in. Brazil fighting against Donald Trump's tariff war as Donald Trump is all set to meet Putin tomorrow. The key meeting is going to be held in Alaska. Remains to be seen on what will come out of that meeting. We're tracking that update very closely, but for now, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. And after the break, we'll get to the details on the topmost story where Donald Trump has yet again warned Vladimir Putin ahead of the key meeting in Alaska. Live coverage from Alaska, where the key meeting is going to be held by Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Republic is reporting live. We're getting you all that and much more coming up right after a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe. CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after 2 unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel.
Here's a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. At least 14 police personnel were injured after a mob attacked a police team and vandalized the vehicles of security personnel in Assam's Hojai district. 7 people have been arrested so far, as per the police officials. The unrest began when locals detained a heavy vehicle along with its driver. A police team was then dispatched to the scene to rescue the driver, but an argument broke out between the forces and some residents. The situation then quickly escalated into violence. People took to the streets in North 24 Parganas over the death of a delivery boy allegedly due to fire in a car after the accident near Salt Lake area. Police used tear gas shells to disperse the protesting crowd. After the protest taking place in Chennai against the privatization of solid waste management to seek job permanency, the police detained all the conservancy workers of the Greater Chennai Corporation. With over 800 workers have been arrested and 5 are injured during the protest. The protesters were forcibly removed around the midnight and taken away by buses within 45 minutes of the protest. The government-constituted team of experts will inspect the disaster-affected area in Dharali. The team included Shantanu Sarkar, Director of the Uttarakhand Landslide Mitigation and Management Centre, Dr. K.P. Kanungo, Chief Scientist of the Central Building Research Institute, and Ravi Negi, Director of Geological Survey of India. Other members were Dr. Amit Kumar from Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology and Mohit Kumar, Principal Advisor of ULMMC. The expert will probe the damage caused by the disaster in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand Cabinet has approved the Uttarakhand Freedom of Religion Bill 2025 under the chairmanship of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. The bill includes punishment of marriage by false identity and incitement for conversion through social media messaging apps or any online medium, among others. Time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll get you the top details as Supreme Court is all set to hear the stray dogs case. Also, after the break, details on why Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kudra are now in legal trouble.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe. CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties, especially after two unidentified floating objects were spotted nearby. However, Chinese authorities did not confirm any man overboard incident, nor did they issue any official statement acknowledging the mishap. In stark contrast, the Philippine Coast Guard offered assistance despite the aggressive behavior of the Chinese vessel, underscoring their professionalism and adherence to humanitarian norms. This incident is a significant embarrassment for China on multiple fronts. It reveals a troubling lack of coordination between its own maritime forces. The fact that a Coast Guard vessel collided with a Navy destroyer during a routine operation suggests serious flaws in communication, navigation, or command protocols. The event occurred in a region where China has been aggressively asserting its territorial claims, attempting to project strength and control. Instead, the collision undermined that narrative, turning a show of force into a spectacle of internal dysfunction. The response, or lack thereof, from Chinese authorities further compounded the humiliation. While the Philippine Coast Guard maintained composure and extended help,
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. On the occasion of Independence Day, the honor will be paid to our Operation Sindoor heroes as well, and the government will be speaking about the success of this retaliatory operation against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Amid uproar, Supreme Court to hear Delhi dogs case with larger bench today. Another key hearing in the Supreme Court today, Apex Court to hear Nimisha Priya's execution. Trump, in an attempt to become the global cop, yet again warns of severe consequences if Putin continues Ukraine war after summit. Ahead of Putin and Trump's key meeting in Alaska tomorrow, Republic's Nick reports live from the venue. Shilpa Shetty Raj Kundra charged with cheating businessman of 60 crore rupees. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. India is set to honor the bravery of our personnel who were involved in Operation Sindoor with distinguished gallantry awards on Independence Day. And the recognition is part of a broader celebration where the Ministry of Home Affairs has announced that 1,090 personnel from police, fire services, home guard, civil defense and correctional services are being awarded gallantry and service medals in 2025's Independence Day celebrations, and this tribute commemorates the courage and sacrifice shown during the cross-border counter-strike carried out on May 7th in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindoor heroes will be honored tomorrow on the occasion of Independence Day. We have Riyanka joining us live from the newsroom. Riyanka, this is a welcome decision. Operation Sindoor heroes will be honored tomorrow. Tell us what you're picking up.
Deepak, you know, the success of Operation Sindoor is going to be celebrated tomorrow with the 1,090 personnel who will be receiving the gallantry awards. And, you know, it's not just the awards, but also Operation Sindoor will be flown in the theme of Independence Day as well, as what we understand. The success for Operation Sindoor will be, in fact, celebrated, and a floral decoration will also be based on the operation. Now, if we talk about the gallantry award, around 1,090 police personnel, fire, home guard and civil defense, correctional service, services will be awarded. And this is coming in as a push, major push ahead of Independence Day to somewhere highlight it well that Operation Sindoor has been a success for our nation, and which is why the government has decided to go ahead and honor all who were involved in Operation Sindoor and its success. Now, medal for gallantry are, of course, being awarded to nearly 1,090 personnel, and nearly 233 personnel have been awarded the Medal of Gallantry. 99 personnel will be awarded President's Medal for Distinguished Services, and 758 personnel will be awarded Medal for Meritorious Services. So that is, of course, one of the very key development that will be seen tomorrow during the Independence Day celebration, where, Operation Sindoor's success will be echoed all over.
That's right, Riyanka. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Shifting our focus to Alaska, viewers, because US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin will be meeting in just 24 hours from now at joint base in Alaska. And 3 rounds of talks between Russia and Ukraine this summer was held at Trump's behest, have yet to bring the two sides any closer to peace. And while the work is underway to bring a ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war, the world is also waiting for this key meeting. And Republic is the only Indian channel to be reporting live from Alaska, the venue, the very place Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin will be meeting. We have Nick joining us live from Alaska, the only Indian channel's reporter to be joining us live from the venue where Trump and Putin will be meeting tomorrow. Nick, a very good morning to you. Just ahead of Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin's meeting, we have power play in terms of Zelensky's arrival in Germany. How's the situation in Alaska? And also tell us about this narrative controlling.
Yeah, here in Alaska, there are a lot of attention to this meeting. The people very excited. This is the largest city of Alaska, Anchorage, but for a proportion, this is just 350,000 people that are living in this place. Alaska is huge. A land, but almost without people. And maybe this is one of the reasons that here is the meeting, because there are no any provocation or protests or people that can interrupt this meeting. And also it is in the middle of the way between Washington and Moscow. Both presidents will fly here for about 8 hours. And the situation on the ground right now is that the military base is secured with a lot of forces. We are seeing a lot of jets, F-22, that are flying all over the place, and the airspace will be closed. All the roads are monitored, and the international airport as well will not be working while the 2 presidents are landing in the military base. And there is a lot of media from all around the world, and they are really interested in what will be in this meeting. And this place is really symbolic because Alaska used to be Russian. Russia gave it to the United States for a small amount of money in the middle of the 18th century, and since then this place making a lot of money to the United States because of gold, oil, and now this is the way to the Arctic. And also interesting point is that here there are some people from the Russian Empire that are still living here, and they are continuing to worship the Christianity, the Orthodox Christianity, and there are still here a Russian Orthodox church, and this is a really symbolic place, and maybe this is one of the reasons why the presidents are meeting here, and maybe this meeting will conclude with the end of the war in Ukraine.
That's right, Nick. And just ahead of the meeting, Nick, we have Donald Trump coming out with a warning for Vladimir Putin, saying that if there is no conclusion at the end of this round of meeting, then there will be severe consequences if Putin goes ahead with the war.
Yeah, I think Trump saying that because there is a lot of pressure on him from the European leaders and from Ukrainian president, and all of them want him to be more on their side and not on the side of the United States. But I think Trump, as he promised during his elections, he wants to end this war because this is the war of Joe Biden, the former president of the US. And also, by the way, it is important to mention that the son of Biden worked on the board of one of the Ukrainian main gas companies, made a lot of money. Biden was the point man of Ukraine for many years, and there's some personal connection to Ukraine. So now when President Trump is in power, he doesn't care about all those connections to Ukraine. He just wants to make peace so people will stop dying. And I think this is supposed to be the most important thing, to stop the war, because people are dying, and all the other political interests and the military interests of making money out of weapons, should be the second thing.
That's right. And most importantly, Nick, Donald Trump has set his eyes on the Nobel Peace Prize, and that's why he's working round the clock to ensure that there is a ceasefire somewhere in some part of the world. But let's now listen in to that reaction, that stern warning of Donald Trump to Russia. But many thanks, Nick, for joining us with those details.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Big breaking news coming in, viewers. The Supreme Court will pronounce its judgment on the Karnataka government's plea challenging the High Court's order granting bail to Kannada actor Darshan in the Renuka Swami murder case. A bench of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan are set to hear this particular case and deliver the verdict any moment from now. The SC will be releasing its order on Darshan's bail plea, which the government of Karnataka had challenged. And this was a Karnataka High Court order that the government is now challenging in the topmost court, because we've seen how Darshan, while on bail, is completing his movie shooting. And we've seen him having a gala time in vacation mode. And now the government has approached the top court. In fact, the top court had also given some time for Darshan's lawyer to file its written reply. We have Aditya also joining us live. Aditya, what can we expect from the Supreme Court?
Well, the Supreme Court is set to pronounce a judgment today in the matter of bail which was granted to Darshan by the Karnataka High Court. Now, the judgment was reserved on July 24 after an intense hearing from both the parties. During the hearing, the bench of Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan has observed that the ratio, the reason which were relied by the Karnataka High Court to grant the bail are not valid, not reasonable, and are actually erroneous, and I quote from the observations made by the Supreme Court during the hearing. So today, at any moment from now, the Supreme Court is set to pronounce the judgment. It's third in the order, so it will take around 10 to 15 minutes, but we will have a judgment on this matter very soon.
That's right, Aditya, and the Supreme Court had also given the teams, a time to file their written response as far as the bail order is concerned by the Karnataka High Court. Do you have any details on what the written response could be?
Well, the response which was submitted to the Supreme Court after the Supreme Court sought it from the parties, it's a part of the procedural which need to be followed. That if there is a query, there is a legal query, there is a procedural query by the Supreme Court on the matter, a reply need to be filed by the parties before the Supreme Court, which will be taken into account while giving a pronouncement of the judgment. So what can we expect from the judgment is that the response of the darshan, which was filed before the Supreme Court, will be taken into account and will be a part of the judgment if the Supreme Court finds it valid.
That's right, Aditya. Stay on with me, Aditya, because we have more breaking news coming in, and this related to another case, because the Supreme Court bench is slated to rehear the stray dogs case today, and the Supreme Court has also shifted the suo motu case regarding stray dog menace in Delhi NCR to a newly constituted 3-judge bench, which will hear the matter today. The special bench will hear multiple petitions related to stray dog issue, including fresh pleas against the rounding up of strays, and a bench of justices Vikram Nath, Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria will be hearing the matter. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court also uploaded the order passed in Delhi NCR stray dogs matter, which stated that the past 2 decades were a systematic failure of authorities. In fact, our executive editor, Legal Rhythm, is also joining us live on this broadcast. Rhythm, I believe the hearing has begun. Take us through the arguments in the Supreme Court.
I think there are 2 important cases that are happening, but I quickly want to tell our viewers that the 3-judge bench, which is sitting today in the top court, viewers, that is going to be hearing this referral matter, very crucial to understand, one of the first times ever that a 2-judge bench passes an order, and the next day that the order is uploaded, a brilliant, beautiful 19-page order, which says and gives directions how to treat stray dogs, but says that they have to be off the streets. A brilliant order passed, trying to say, and I remember the words, 22 decades, 20 years of neglect have been there. We don't want the next 2 decades to go. We need to leverage that for our future generations. Now, the matter has started, and the top lawyer, the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appearing here for the NCR begins. And I completely agree with Tushar Mehta saying, let's break that down. I want the breaking news to happen in this instead of just elements here. The breaking news coming in, the Solicitor General speaks in the voice for the people, and he says, there is a very loud vocal minority and a silent suffering majority. I have seen people posting videos of eating meat and then claiming to be animal lovers. He then says children are dying. I will have Miss show the photographs. Sterilization does not stop rabies. Even if you immunize, that does not stop the mutilation of children. 37 lakhs a year, 10,000 per day. This is the number of dog bites. The rabies deaths are 305 deaths for the same year. WHO's modeling shows much higher number. Nobody here is an animal hater. He clarifies the stand. He says we're unable to send the children out to play in the open. This is my stand, he says, not the government stand. He says your lordships, which is he's addressing the 3-judge bench, will have to find a solution. Ultimately, the solution is not in the rules. A vocal minority view as against the silent suffering majority view. We're seeing celebrity activism, animal lovers speak about it. There's a lot of people protesting. We're seeing people writing letters to the Chief Justice of India. However, just Tushar Mehta, speaking and appealing to the justice system, says it is time to also try and speak for the minority, the suffering majority, and not only listening to a vocal minority. I think these are very important and beautiful words coming in from Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India, speaking for the silent majority in this case. And I also want to tell our viewers that in this case, Kapil Sibal, of course, has started speaking as well. And Kapil Sibal is saying you can't pass an order like this suo motu without any notice. It's a serious issue. It needs to be heard. Kindly stay the order. So the first bits of information coming in, Kapil Sibal on the other side, it's almost like always we're seeing in the Supreme Court that on the one side we're seeing the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, on the other side Kapil Sibal. Justice Nath, who's on this bench, says, have you read the order? Kapil Sibal, yes, says yes. Justice Nath says, what is the objectionable part? And that is precisely the point, viewers. Deepak, I just want to hand it back to you because the judgment in the Darshan case is coming in. I want to break that first right here on Republic TV.
That's right, Rhythm. Now shifting our focus, Darshan's bail plea has been cancelled. It's a supreme setback for actor Darshan. The Supreme Court has cancelled his bail. the bail that was granted by Karnataka High Court, because the Supreme Court had clearly stated on July 17th that they are not convinced with the manner in which the High Court has exercised discretion. In fact, the Supreme Court also said that this is nothing but perverse exercise of judicial power, and it also pulled up the High Court, questioning it. Don't you think the High Court has basically dictated an order of acquittal for all 7? In fact, Rhythm continues to stay on with us. Rhythm, help us through the details that's coming from the Supreme Court as far as Darshan's bail plea is concerned.
Important case. The Supreme Court was hearing the state of Karnataka challenging the High Court's bail that had been granted to Darshan for the killing of allegedly 33-year-old fan over the sending of obscene messages to actress Pavitra Gaura. And the bench of Justice Pardewala announces this order. It was quite clear that Justice Pardewala's bench is going to cancel this order, because even when they were hearing the case, they had sort of admonished the High Court for the bail. They said, we've considered everything, the grant of bail as well as cancellation. It is evident the High Court suffers from the High Court order suffers from serious infirmities. Instead, it reflects a mechanical exercise. Moreover, the High Court undertook examination at a pre-trial stage. So they're trying to explain, and this is something they said even during the case, that the High Court, when it's passing bail, cannot go into the merits of the case the way they did. And they said they undertook examination at the pre-trial stage. The trial court is also the appropriate forum for this. Granting bail without considering the allegations coupled with the forensic evidence reinforces that the cancellation of bail is there. We are satisfied in this exercise of extraordinary jurisdiction that was done. Therefore, the bail is cancelled. Justice Pardewala says that all I can say is the judgment is not right. It conveys a very strong message. Whoever the accused may be, they are not above the law. Very important words. It ensures justice delivery system at any level must ensure the rule of law. The day we come to know accused is provided 5-star treatment, the first step would be to suspend the jail superintendent. Fantastic words from the Supreme Court, which says bail has to be cancelled, no 5-star treatment to be provided to the accused. If we are shown photographs of the accused smoking, drinking in jail, we will call you. They say this, and this has been said to the Karnataka government. Appearing for the Karnataka government, very valiantly fought this case. Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate for this case, they said, we've passed this judgment at your instance. There should be no photographs which show that he's having a gala time, and this registry is of course going to circulate the order. Now I want to go across on this Darshan case to what had happened earlier. When this case had happened, the court had earlier also during this case said that they are not happy with the way the High Court had acted. The Supreme Court even earlier had said this. Remember, it was earlier said, Supreme Court had said High Court was, really wanting to grant bail. Kapil Sibal had asked to justify why the Supreme Court should not interfere. The Supreme Court earlier had expressed reservation about the manner in which the Karnataka High Court had granted bail to a Kannada actor, and they had also said they were not convinced by the High Court's exercise of discretion. They'd asked his lawyers to present compelling reasons why the Supreme Court should not interfere. A special leave petition had been filed against the High Court's order of December 13 last year. He's accused of involvement in the torture and killing of the 33-year-old Renuka Swami. The victim was described as a fan of the actor and Darshan's associate Pavitra Gaura. They had reportedly, allegedly, the victim had sent obscene messages to her. I'm giving the background of the case now. According to the police, he had allegedly abducted Renuka Swami from Chitragura and subjected him to brutal torture over 3 days in a shed in Bengaluru in June 2024 last year. The man had later died. His body was found dumped in a drain. Darshan, along with Pavitra Gaura and the others, had approached the High Court after the Sessions Court rejected their bail. At the outset of the hearing, Justice Pardewala had also spoken to Kapil Sibal, I remember, and he had appeared for Darshan and said, what do you have to say, Mr. Sibal? To be very honest, we're not convinced with the manner in which the High Court had exercised discretion. There had been arguments that had taken place. However, the Karnataka government had given certain arguments where they said that the accused had criminal antecedents that had gone against Darshan. The court had asked about details, and in the next hearing, those details had been prevented, and the Supreme Court had blasted the High Court for the actor's bail. Today, that has been now cancelled. So the bail hearing of the bail petition of Darshan that had been granted by the Karnataka High Court, Deepak, has been cancelled by the top court of the country.
Right, Rhythm, thank you for joining me with those details. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break, but our focus will continue to remain on actor Darshan's bail that has now been cancelled by the Supreme Court. Stay tuned for more updates on the other side.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Greta, legend forever.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не злетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Були сьогодні доповіді наших військових, фронт, особливо Добропілля, Покровський напрям. Зроблені там кроки, щоб виправити ситуацію. Я вдячний кожному підрозділу, кожному нашому воїну, які зараз знищують окупант. Позиції на Харківщині, позиції на Запоріжжі, позиції на Сумщині. Всюди ми стараємось забезпечити Україні саме такий захист.
I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. There'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine.
Стосується перемовин, в будь-якому випадку вони важливі на рівні лідерів. Але говорити про Україну без України неможливо, і ніхто це не прийме. Тому розмова президента Сполучених Штатів і Путіна, безумовно, може бути важливою для їх двостороннього треку, але нічого про Україну без нас вони прийняти не можуть.
Pakistan's de facto military super commander, Asim Munir, made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Top matters at the Apex Court. Recently, Supreme Court has set aside bail granted to Kannada actor Darshan in the Goswami case. And similarly, we are seeing that the Supreme Court is hearing the stray dog case as well. We'll go to all those updates which are coming in. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Big blow to actor Darshan. Supreme Court cancels bail granted in Goswami murder case. Amid a probe, Supreme Court resumes hearing in Delhi dog case with larger bench. Another key hearing in Supreme Court today, Apex Court to hear Nimisha Priya's execution. Trump.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Trump, in an attempt to become the global cop, yet again warns of severe consequences if Putin continues Ukraine war after summit. Ahead of Putin and Trump's key meeting in Alaska tomorrow, Republic's Nick reports live from the venue. Shilpa Shetty Rajkundra charged with cheating businessman. Getting you big updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, where the latest actor Darshan's bail plea has been cancelled by the Supreme Court in the Goswami murder case. A big blow coming in and a setback for actor Darshan. Supreme Court has set aside the bail granted to Kannada actor Darshan and the other accused in the Goswami murder case. The state of Karnataka had challenged the Karnataka High Court's bail order dated December 13th, 2024, granting bail to the actor who's allegedly involved in the killing of the 33-year-old fan over sending obscene messages to the actress Pavitra. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to Rhythm, our legal editor, executive editor, legal, joining us right now. Rhythm, big setback, big blow coming for actor Darshan.
Absolutely. And this was something anticipated after the December order of 2024 by the Karnataka High Court, because even when the case came right at the start in the Supreme Court had been extremely perturbed with the order that had been passed by the Karnataka High Court. The Supreme Court has cancelled the bail. Let me quickly tell our viewers what's happened at 10:30 a.m. in the Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court has cancelled the bail granted to the Kannada actor Darshan and Pavitra Gaura and 5 others that had been given by the Karnataka High Court. The bench of Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan has pronounced this order. This has been passed on the appeal filed by the Karnataka government against the High Court order. They came to the court and they said the order is set aside and the bail granted to the accused is also set aside. The bench also held that the High Court order suffers from perversity. It went on to give details of the witness statement, which it said is the prerogative of the trial court. The High Court, in fact, said the High Court order reflects a mechanical exercise of power. They're saying that the High Court was wrong in its order. The grant of bail will impact the trial and the witness can be influenced. So the most important reasons in any bail order that comes ever has to be if witnesses can be influenced. And the Supreme Court says that we are cancelling the bail of actor Darshan because witnesses can be influenced. He also says, Supreme Court says that a very erudite judgment has been passed because it conveys a message that however big the accused may be, he or she is not above the law. They've passed a judgment to say there will be no VIP treatment given to any VIP, so-called VIP. They say that this judgment is also a strong message. The justice delivery system at any level should ensure at any cost rule of law is maintained. No man is above the law, nor do we ask anyone's permission when we obey it. The need of the hour is to maintain that rule of law. They also warned the Karnataka government against providing special treatment to actor Darshan in jail. They say the day we come to know that he's got any 5-star treatment, we will step into place the superintendent into suspension along with all the other officials. Remember, all these judgments and all these details coming in on the case where the dead body of the 33-year-old auto driver Renuka Swami was found on June of 9th last year. It was alleged he died owing to brutal injuries. He succumbed to a torture that had been carried out allegedly at actor Darshan's instructions. The actor allegedly called upon his fans to kidnap Renuka Swami for making derogatory comments against Pavitra Gaura on social media. This was an allegation that was made. He was arrested on 11th of June last year. 30th of October, the High Court had granted him interim bail for 6 weeks. They had later granted him regular bail. And Supreme Court judgments had been cited. However, in the present case, lots of details had come out. This plea was put before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has now said we cancel that bail that had been granted to the actor Darshan and Pavitra Gaura in the Renuka Swami murder case.
That is right, Radha. And the bench observed that Darshan's liberty poses a risk of derailing the administration of justice, also adding there's no legal reason to grant bail, Rhythm.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the Supreme Court is very clear when they are passing this order. It was expected they would be doing this. They also said we consider the grant of bail as well as cancellation. It's evident the High Court, reflected a mechanical exercise of power, and the grant of bail will impact the trial and the witnesses can be influenced. Like I said, that's the most important part, the technical part of it, but also the behavior of the accused when out on bail. They said that it's possible he could be influencing the accused. This case was fought for the Karnataka government by Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate, and he's got this victory for the Karnataka government because they challenged the High Court order. And we're going to see very soon the arrest once again of the actor who was out on regular bail.
Right. With them, also we have with us Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, I'm coming across to you right now. Actor Darshan's bail has been cancelled by the Supreme Court in the Renakaswamy murder case. And this is coming as a very big setback for the actor. The court has said that it is not at all convinced in the manner the Karnataka High Court exercised its discretion in granting bail to actor Darshan. Abhishek.
Shivangi, it was very clear when the Supreme Court judges who were speaking to the councils of Darshan and the Karnataka state government mentioned the fact that Justices Parindawala and Mahadevan, when they were talking, when they were pronouncing, when they were having a conversation in the open court, they mentioned they were unhappy on the grounds on which the High Court had granted bail to Darshan, despite having various other proofs which clearly show that Darshan was involved in Renukaswamy's murder case, and after which he had been to the jail. Also, the court has been submitted with some of the visuals where Darshan was seen smoking in the jail custody itself. So, this point of time, he was also having a conversation with various other rowdy sheeters who were already inside the jail, who were the inmates of the Parapana Agrahara. At this point of time, when all these details were given to the Supreme Court was clearly unhappy on the decision taken by the High Court, and also they questioned the fact how can High Court grant a bail to such a person when the complete evidence is against him, when the visuals are speaking against him, when there are various other proofs that show that Darshan is involved in this heinous act of crime. And also, not to forget, Darshan, after killing the person Renukaswamy, or after involving in the murder of Renukaswamy, he also tried to evade the situation. He also sent the body to be disposed of in another place in one of the stormwater drains located in Bengaluru. After producing all these proofs to the High Court, why did the High Court grant the bail? Despite the High Court knowing that he is influential enough to clear off the evidence once he is out on bail, why did the High Court have to do so? Was High Court facing any pressure? Is some of the questions which were raised in the open court of Supreme Court Hall. This point of time, Darshan's bail has been rejected or cancelled by the Supreme Court. The only choice that Darshan has of now is he will have to get back to the jail. He might have to give his various health reasons. He probably got the bail from the High Court because of mentioning the lower back pain which he was facing from the last couple of years, is what his advocates mentioned to the High Court. So there will be a complete run through on the basis of how he was granted the bail from the High Court. There will also be a medical procedure to check if the pain he claimed is actually true or is it only for the purpose of bail. So these are the updates as of now. We are also awaiting the response from actor Darshan's counsel at this point of time. Shivangi.
Yes, Abhishek, still with us. With us, we have Abhishek, we have Deepak from our Republic newsroom. We also have Ridham joining us. And Ridham, we have all our reporters here live with us. And I want to take this question to you as well, because we know the Supreme Court has said not only set aside the bail granted to Darshan, but the other accused as well in the Renakaswamy murder case. The other accused as well. Ridham.
Yes, it's for everybody. The Supreme Court had heard this order. They had earlier, like I said, like Abhishek is also saying, and Deepak has been following this case, also said Supreme Court had rebuked the High Court over the release of the actor last time. The High Court had also they had also said the High Court had failed in its exercise in discretion in granting bail. They said mistakes had been made by the High Court. They said the High Court cannot declare an order of acquittal. The manner in which the High Court had dictated the order, Justice Parindawala had said, very sorry to say, does the High Court dictate the the same kind of order in other cases too. It's prima facie a perverse exercise of judicial power. The Supreme Court had been extremely unhappy, had also raised questions for the state after being told the trial would be held on a daily basis. They had then been informed that Justice Pardiwala had also asked why this case merited such attention when other people accused had been languishing in prison waiting their chance for years. The Supreme Court had then been told the trial would be completed in 6 months. Like I said and gave you the background of this case, the police had believed Darshan paid 50 lakhs to the 4 men involved in the planning and execution of the gruesome crime, including arranging for Goswami to be brought to Bengaluru, is what had been stated by them in the Supreme Court. The bench of Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan also put the High Court on questioning the grounds of arrest in the murder case in its order that had been passed on 13th of December 2024. So they said what is troubling is the reasoning given, especially saying the grounds of arrest were not mentioned in a case of murder. Remember that this had the court had expressed dissatisfaction with the Karnataka High Court's decision to grant bail. They also requested Darshan's legal team to justify maintaining the High Court's ruling, and Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate, represented Karnataka government. He was also present there. He presented the FIR. Karnataka government presented the witness statements, the CCTV evidence, the CDR records, the serologist reports, and informed them that while in custody, Darshan was faced with 2 FIRs. Upon receiving interim bail, he was discovered near the prosecution witness. And that's the main thing that had been said by the Karnataka government. Keeping this in mind, the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, has cancelled the bail given to actor Darshan.
Yes, Ridham. And I also want to go straight across to my colleague Deepak, who's following the story very, very closely for a long time now. Deepak, before the Supreme Court had cancelled the bail of Darshan, which happened recently, it had given Darshan's lawyers good reasons as to why the court should not interfere with the High Court's decision. The Supreme Court has also spoken about 5-star and VVIP treatment. Deepak, if you could just put this in context for our viewers.
That's right, Shivangi. The first interim bail was granted in October when Darshan and his team had cited health reasons, and just 2 months later, he was granted a regular bail. And from that day, from December 13, 2024 to this day when his bail stands cancelled, it has been 244 days. What was Darshan doing for 244 days? There was, there was no proof of Darshan going to the hospital for at least majority of the days. But what we understand from social media posts that Darshan was enjoying his freedom outside. He was living actively, enjoying public life, sending festival wishes, engaging in devil movie shooting. And this, even as thousands of, murder accused still languish behind bars, waiting for bail. But Darshan is a high-profile case, and there are several key questions that are being raised. Shivangi, that is unequal treatment before the law. How can the law be different for other murder accused, and how can it be different for Darshan, who's a high-profile celebrity? And what's even more is the fact that the bail came very, very soon. Just 2 months after he was given the interim bail, the Karnataka High Court didn't even hesitate to give the regular bail as well. Let me also take our viewers through the previous observations made by Supreme Court on the Karnataka High Court's order, because the Supreme Court had made some serious remarks. The Apex Court had called the High Court's bail order a perverse exercise of discretion. And Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Madhavan also questioned whether the High Court had even applied its judicial mind, asking, does the High Court dictate the same type of order in all bail applications? This is something that I was mentioning just a few moments back. And the court also emphasized that we will not make the same mistake the High Court did. So the Supreme Court had clearly made its decision clear but not official back then when it pulled up the Karnataka High Court that Darshan's bail will indeed be cancelled, because look at the kind of perks that he's getting while he's on bail. Citing health reasons, he's getting to enjoy movie shoots, getting to have a gala time in his Mysuru farmhouse, sending out wishes for Sankranti. And this, even as several others, Shivangi, who are also accused of murder, continue to stay behind bars, hoping that someday their bail plea will be approved by the court. But in Darshan's case, it was done in just a quick matter of time.
Deepak, thank you for getting those details. I really have to move ahead right now. I request Ridham to stay on with us, Ridham, because we're getting one more big update coming in from the Apex Court. Let's go to the next set of breaking update for our viewers. Stray dog hearing. Supreme Court reserves order on the prayer-seeking stay on suo motu order of 2-judge bench of Supreme Court on stray dogs. Big update coming in here, viewers. Where Supreme Court reserves order on interim plea seeking stay of suo motu directive. A bench headed by Justice Vikram Nath along with Justices Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria reserved the order on pleas seeking a stay on the Supreme Court's August 11, 2025 directive for the blanket removal of stray dogs in the Delhi NCR region. There have been arguments in the Supreme Court. So I really want to go ahead to Ridham. Ridham, there have been many arguments. If you could just take our viewers to the highlights.
Absolutely. Now, I'll tell our viewers that this case also began in the Supreme Court. The three-judge bench began hearing the stray dogs case, and the Supreme Court bench, while hearing this case, has been told that they'd reserved their order, but they have not, as of now, gone ahead and they have not stayed the order. So let me give you the quick takeaways. The first takeaway: the Supreme Court three-judge bench reserves its order on the stray dog suo moto case that had been first heard by a two-judge bench on 11th of August, which is just Monday. 3 days ago, the Supreme Court had passed an order saying and giving out a slew of directions on how stray dogs have to be there. Now, the second big breaking news: this judgment has been reserved, but the three-judge bench, in its wisdom, has not right now stayed the two-judge order. They have only reserved the order. They will come out with a judgment. The third thing, I think, the breaking news coming in is also the words of the Solicitor General, who said, in a democracy, there is one is a vocal majority and one who silently suffers. We've seen videos of people eating chicken, egg, etc., and then claiming to be animal lovers. It's an issue to be resolved. Children are dying. Sterilization does not stop rabies, even if immunized. So there are three breaking news. First, I want to put into perspective the two-judge bench order that had been passed on Monday for the stray dogs, and all the directions that had been given continues, which means it has not been stayed by the three-judge bench. Very soon, possibly, the three-judge bench could be giving out an order. Appearing before them, that is for the majority, so as to say, Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India, one of the country's topmost law officers and authority, has said that he's also appearing for the silent majority. And he wants to say that it is they who silently suffer, whereas the vocal minority is speaking more here. Now, he's also gone on to show data, and he's gone into great details to show that there are people who are suffering and being bitten. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi spoke in favor of NGOs who wanted to protect stray dogs and said that they want the suo moto order of the Supreme Court to be stayed. We also saw senior advocate Siddharth Luthra highlighting certain arguments against the High Court order. However, we also saw senior advocate Aman Lekhi Colin Gonzalez, who appeared and protested against the order. Now, lots of people in the courtroom were protesting against the order. Justice Nath made an observation that everyone is here. They are trying to put out interjections, but we have to see what responsibility is being taken by authorities. After making these observations, the three-judge bench has right now reserved its order on the stray dogs case. However, we also want to say there are many questions that are being raised here as the top court is reserving this order. The first question: how was this case referred to a three-judge bench? What brought this case to be referred to a three-judge bench? Was it the celebrity activism that has taken place over the last few days that suddenly this case is now brought before a three-judge bench? But I want to go across to even details of the 19-page order that had been passed and just yesterday uploaded in the Supreme Court website. That order is uploaded, and within 40 minutes of that, we see that a three-judge bench has been made. These are unprecedented turn of events that have never happened. We understand that there are protests that have taken place across India for these stray dogs and for the welfare of these stray dogs. But if one actually reads the 19-page judgment, one realizes it's a very humane judgment where Justice Pardewala's bench says that these stray dogs have to be treated well. There are shelters, more shelters need to be there. All the people who are asking for humane treatment of the stray dogs also need to understand that they can also adopt them. So lots of details in the 19-page judgment which have not really been brought to the forefront, and now a three-judge bench is looking into the matter. In fact, I think at one of the points, very interestingly, Justice Nath also asked Kapil Sibal, who said that stay the suo moto order of the two-judge bench, and then Justice Vikram Nath asked him, have you even read the order? And he said yes. So one who reads the order understands that the Justice Pardewala's bench, the 19-page order that had been passed, is absolutely brilliant, because it goes on to say that 2 decades of negligence have been there by our authorities, and it is time that 2 decades more don't go by. We have to be ensuring that our future generations don't live like this. Our children should not succumb to them. And I think that's why I think the Solicitor General's comments today are extremely important, because the Solicitor General also spoke for the people. Aditya is also joining us from the Supreme Court lawns. Aditya, what happened in the Supreme Court today?
Well, today the matter was taken up by the special bench, as the matter was mentioned yesterday before the bench of CJI. So today the argument was about one point, which was major about where is the infrastructure to carry out the directions. Now this point was raised by both the advocate, CA advocate Kapil Sibal, and by Singhvi, that where is the infrastructure to actually implement the directions given by the suo motu order. And third, there was a comment made by the MCD on the judgment that on which the Supreme Court did say that this whole suo motu happened after your inaction. So in today's Supreme Court, the major argument was first, that where is the infrastructure? Second, how can Supreme Court issue an order without hearing all the party, which was argument raised by Kapil Sibal. And third, the Supreme Court made an observation on the MCD that this whole matter happened due to the inaction of the MCD. And then the Supreme Court reserved the interim stay. Now this is not, the judgment has not been reserved. This was a hearing for an interim stay on the order on which the Supreme Court had reserved the interim, the prayer seeking interim stay. Now after which we will get a answer from the Supreme Court at whether this interim stay is allowed or not, which will be a part of the order now.
All right, let's also tell our viewers, Aditya, that the big breaking news, and I'm also going to try and go across two reasonable reactions that are going to come into the story. This is a case that has seen protests that have broken out across India. We've seen celebrity activism, letters being written to the Chief Justice of India. The Chief Justice of India just yesterday morning said he will look into the matter, after which a 3-judge bench has heard the matter. It's been referred to them. Now, let me put this once again into perspective about what happened today. Since the last 72 hours, the wheels have moved in a way they have not been. There have also been unprecedented movement in this case that has not taken place earlier. First, on the 11th, which is on Monday, the Supreme Court passed a suo motu case that they had heard. Suo motu means on their own they had picked up this case after seeing the kind of deaths that have taken place of children after they have been bitten and mauled by stray dogs, vicious stray dogs, rambunctious stray dogs. The Supreme Court took it upon themselves to hear this case. After hearing all the sides, they passed an order. They said that it's time for us to take action and not only talk, it's time for action. Keeping that in mind, they passed an order and a slew of directions were given out. This order also showed the serious concerns that were being raised also by the Solicitor General of India appearing for the NCR, and we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister welcoming this order. We saw MCD move into action. We've seen in the past few days action already being taken, dogs being rounded up, being taken to shelters, things happening. However, suddenly, yesterday after the mentioning, in the evening, we saw a 3-judge bench. This matter has gone and been referred to a 3-judge bench. This is also at the same time as we were seeing the 2-judge bench's order being uploaded on the Supreme Court. It showed that maybe the protests and the activism, the animal so-called lovers and whatever they had said had started to possibly make some sort of an impact, or maybe the Supreme Court mentioning that happened in the morning had led to this, or whatever the reason, this case was today listed before the 3-judge bench. The 3-judge bench heard both the sides. They heard fantastic words, I would say, from the Solicitor General of India, who spoke about the need very, very clearly of listening to the silent majority and not only the vocal minority. He also gave out facts about how there are 10,000 bites in a day, the WHO's data, and how many people are being bitten by a dog in a year. After doing this, he also said that he does believe that the problem needs to be considered because it is a very important problem, and therefore in the higher good it needs to be taken into consideration. After the Solicitor General spoke, we heard Kapil Sibal speak for an NGO of dog lovers. We also saw Dr. Abhishek Manu speak, Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate, speak, and others who also expressed their apprehensions in the court. The court heard both the sides. They also asked two things. They asked Kapil Sibal if he'd actually read the judgment. He said yes. And Justice Nath made an observation where he said everybody's coming and interjecting here, but it is also time that the authorities do something. I think that's of extreme importance here because right now in the courts, everybody expects orders to be passed, directions to be given, but it's finally the civic authorities who will really have to move into action to do something. Finally, after everything, the Supreme Court has reserved its verdict.
That's right, Rhythm. Rhythm, you know, this is we're waiting for, the order has been reserved already. But I just also want to go across to some of the updates that we're getting in terms of what Mehta has said, because we see that the Solicitor General has put out some numbers today, speaking about how many children have been bitten. And this is data. This was just data that has been put up, because data is very important. Whenever there's an order like this, or we are waiting for the order to come out, data does play a big role in making these observations and decisions, Rida.
So the data that has been put out by the country's topmost law officer, Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and I've also requested that we also have his visuals on the screen, is very, very clear, because Solicitor General of India, when he was speaking, and he was the first person, he said, we are unable to send the children out to play in the open. This is my stand, not the government stand. Your lordships will have to find a solution. Ultimately, the solution is not in the rules, which means there are rules that there is certain treatment that has to be done. He says a vocal minority views as against the silent suffering majority view cannot be taken. And he also went on, in fact, he started off by giving out the numbers, which I'll just put out for our viewers. He started off by saying, and he was the first person to speak in this case, and he said, yes, he gave out the numbers. He said 37 lakhs a year, 10,000 per day. This is dog bites. Rabies deaths are 305 deaths for the same year. WHO's modeling shows much higher number. Nobody here is an animal hater, but children are dying. He's also said that, like I said, there's a very loud vocal minority that is speaking, and there's a silent suffering majority. So this is very important to understand that the Solicitor General has spoken on this now.
All right, thank you for getting those details for us, Rhythm. So we see that Supreme Court has blamed local authorities for stray dog menace, reserves the order on the stay. We'll get our viewers back-to-back updates. Time for a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We are live and breaking at Supreme Court stray dog hearing. And, of course, the other big story we're tracking is that Donald Trump warns Vladimir Putin ahead of their meet. Stay tuned, viewers.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським...
And I will say I have had a great relationship. It was very honorable. I don't even know if you know this, but when they did the impeachment...
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Він старається натиснути перед зустрічю на Алясці, на всіх напрямках Українського фронту. Росія намагається зобразити, що спроможна окупувати всю Україну. Безумовно, це їх бажання. Також Путін блефує, начебто санкції для нього не важливі і що вони не працюють. Насправді санкції дуже допомагають і б'ють по російській воєнній економіці. Так, це правда, у Росії в кілька разів більше зброї, зокрема артилерії в 3 рази і подібного, але також у Росії в 3 рази більше втрат. І це факт. Я сказав колегам і президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки, і європейським друзям, що Путін точно не хоче миру, він хоче окупації нашої держави, і ми всі це дійсно розуміємо. Путін нікого не зможе обманути. Нам потрібен подальший тиск заради миру, не тільки американські, але й європейські санкції.
emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday.
Big blow to actor Darshan. Supreme Court cancels bail granted in Goswami murder case by Karnataka High Court. Amid uproar, SC resumes hearing in Delhi dogs case. 3-judge bench reserves order. Another key hearing in Supreme Court today. Apex Court to hear Nimisha Priya's execution.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
consequences?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Donald Trump, in an attempt to become the global cop, yet again warns of severe consequences if Putin continues Ukraine war after summit. Ahead of Putin and Trump's key meeting in Alaska tomorrow, Republic's Nick reports live from the venue.
कभी उम्मीद है कि खित्ते में देर पा अमन के लिए सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप कश्मीर का मसला अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा की करारदादों और इंसाफ के तकाज़ों के मुताबिक हल करवाने में अपना भरपूर किरदार अदा करेंगे.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for US intervention in the Kashmir issue, expressing hope that President Donald Trump would mediate in resolving the long-standing dispute. A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, we begin with some breaking news coming in. The Election Commission of India has firmly responded to allegations of vote chori, saying that if anyone possesses concrete evidence of an individual voting more than once, it should be submitted through a written affidavit instead of maligning the entire electorate. The Election Commission has now said that the proof of individuals voting more than once must be submitted on their online portal. It should be a written affidavit instead of maligning the entire electorate. The proof must be submitted because Rahul Gandhi and the opposition have been alleging vote chori in the Lok Sabha elections. And Rahul Gandhi is yet to submit a written affidavit, and this is Election Commission's response to Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claim, saying that share proof of double voting with affidavit. Rahul Gandhi has been showing multiple PPT slides, documents, books, all in public forum, but hasn't really submitted anything before the Election Commission. And the EC, poll watchdog, has said that instead of maligning the entire electorate, please submit the proof with an affidavit. And this is something that Rahul Gandhi is very reluctant to. He says that he doesn't want to submit or take oath on an affidavit, saying that he has already taken oath in the parliament. But the Election Commission has made it very, very clear that affidavit or nothing. Affidavit and proof are paramount to substantiate the vote chori claims made by Rahul Gandhi. In fact, we have Mr. Gopal joining us on the phone line. He is the BJP national spokesperson. A very good morning to you, sir. The Election Commission has said, please submit your proof and also an affidavit, a written affidavit, because Rahul Gandhi has been claiming that there has been vote theft in the Lok Sabha elections. How do you respond and how do you react to Election Commission's latest order?
Our stand is very clear that Rahul Gandhi, he is perpetual liar. Whether any issue is there, he just want to create false narrative and create disturbance in the country, and he just want to undermine national institutions. And at the global level, he has been undermining India's interest. So this is his game plan that he is doing continuously, and in the same league, he has been undermining Election Commission. all his contentions on the press conference on 7th August, those which he said, Election Commission has responded. He has any grievances there. He just confirm, give proof. The public statements is not enough. You just go for a press conference and say some false allegations and not provide proof of anything. Nothing can happen on that. We are in a proper constitutional ecosystem where rules of the law and the responsibility of the institutions is well defined under the Constitution. He should follow. He has not been following. Even court has rejected many of his party colleagues' claim and his contentions. So this is high time he should stop his anti-national activities.
That's right, Mr. Gopal Agarwal. Thank you for joining us with your insights. Now, quickly shifting our focus, the Supreme Court, while hearing pleas for the restoration of statehood to Jammu and Kashmir, observed that the ground situation must be taken into account. And the CJI has said and observed that you cannot ignore what happened in Pahalgam. Pahalgam terror attack has been mentioned by the Supreme Court while hearing the pleas that demand restoration of statehood to J&K. The Supreme Court making it very, very clear that statehood cannot be reinstated while ignoring the ground situation. The ground situation must be taken into account before anything is considered or any order is released. And the CJI has said and observed that you cannot ignore what happened in Pahalgam. The operation continues against the terror ecosystem. Operation Sindoor, as we speak, is currently ongoing, viewers. And the Supreme Court has also said that the ground reality cannot be ignored. You must consider what's happening on ground zero before the statehood matter is discussed. We also have Zeenat and Gursimran joining us live. Zeenat, coming to you first. The Supreme Court has clearly stated that Pahalgam terror attack and the ground reality must be considered before anybody could knock on the Supreme Court demanding the restoration of statehood.
We have to understand Supreme Court is once again questioning the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. That is why the Supreme Court has said that we cannot forget and ignore that what happened in Pahalgam. There had been an improvement in the situation post application of Article 370. There had not been any major terror attack, but since in Pahalgam in the month of April when the terrorists were targeted the tourists, so that took the situation to the another edge. Since then we have been seeing the multiple anti-terror operations and Pakistan trying to revive the terrorism on the ground, and that is why the Supreme Court today said that the situation in Jammu and Kashmir is not conducive for the restoration of statehood. Although there had been bundle of applications that had been filed in the Supreme Court for the restoration of statehood, because that is more like to provide relief to the people on the ground. And for the political parties, we have been seeing the National Conference also lock the doors of the courts, and simultaneously there had been the applications filed by multiple social activists, the NGOs and other political parties for the restoration of statehood. But today, once again, the Supreme Court has made it clear that unless and until the situation is not conducive, we need to wait, and for which again the 8 weeks time has been sought to take the account as far as the situation on ground is concerned. There had been, the political parties had been pinning hopes that today there will be some development as far as the restoration of Article 370, restoration of the statehood is concerned, because last time there was a clear directions from the Supreme Court, from the Supreme Court when it asked the Home Ministry and the government and Election Commission of India that the election should be held without any delay before September end 2024. So accordingly, the people in huge number, in huge volume came out and they voted for the political parties that are in power at present. So almost everybody was waiting now that the things have been turning in the better way, and the developmental processes, the infrastructural development and the tourism number is surging every day. So there will be a hope that this restoration of statehood will be taken and there will be a green signal for it. But now, since the Pahalgam attack took place there, we have also seen the Operation Sindoor in between for the 3 days between 7th to 10th of May. There were the guns were roaring at the border belts, infrastructure was damaged, the people suffered casualties, many got injured, and that came under Pakistan fire. And also the India gave a befitting reply to Pakistan as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the country has said that it's not closed. Operation Operation Sindoor is open. In case Pakistan tries to do any hanky-panky, he will again be given a befitting reply. Yesterday, we have seen once again in Uri when the Pakistan terrorists getting the support of the Pakistan army, they tried to infiltrate in the Uri sector, and with the result, one of the Jawans of Indian Army who was defending his post
That's
lost
right,
his
Zina.
life
Big
in action.
observations
So that-
made by the Supreme Court. Thank you for joining us with those details. We have more breaking news coming in. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is currently speaking.
आए गए थे उन मुद्दों पर भी बोलने का प्रयास करूंगा, लेकिन हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ पे जो चर्चा हुई मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि मैं अवसर पर इस पूरी 24 घंटे की चर्चा का हिस्सा बना रहा हूं और मैंने इस बात को देखा है कि सभी माननीय सदस्य और सत्ता पक्ष के हों, विपक्ष के हों या अन्य जो भी माननीय सदस्य थे, सभी लोगों ने इस पूरी चर्चा में रुचि ली। कुछ सदस्यों ने रात भर जग करके भी इस चर्चा को और गंभीरता प्रदान की और इस पूरी चर्चा का भाग लेकर के इस पूरी चर्चा की ओर देश का ध्यान भी आकर्षित किया है। भारत विकसित होगा, क्या उत्तर प्रदेश को इस विकसित भारत में अपना योगदान नहीं देना चाहिए? क्या उत्तर प्रदेश विकसित नहीं होना चाहिए? देश की प्रति व्यक्ति आय अधिक हो, क्या उत्तर प्रदेश की प्रति व्यक्ति आय अधिक नहीं होनी चाहिए? देश में खुशहाली हो तो देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी का नागरिक क्या उस खुशहाली का हिस्सा नहीं होना चाहिए? और इस दृष्टि से इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को हम लोगों ने दो भागों में बांटने का प्रयास किया है। एक 1947 से 2017 तक क्या हुआ, इन 75 वर्षों में, इन 70 वर्षों में हम लोगों ने क्या अचीव किए, और 2017 के बाद आज की जो यात्रा है अगले 30 वर्ष की, क्योंकि 1947 से लेकर 2047 तक की ये 100 वर्षों की जो यात्रा है, इन 100 वर्षों की इस यात्रा में हमने क्या खोया, क्या पाया है, इसका दृश्यावलोकन करने, उसका आत्मावलोकन करने का ये सबसे उचित समय है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विजन डॉक्यूमेंट के रूप में देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया था। और उसी विजन डॉक्यूमेंट से अनुप्रेरित होकर के उत्तर प्रदेश आज इस विजन डॉक्यूमेंट की प्रारंभिक चर्चाओं को अपने यहां आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहा है। महोदय, 2017 के पहले मैं यहां पर सबसे पहले जो हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष तो काफी बुजुर्ग हैं, अनुभवी हैं, वे बोलने का प्रयास करते हैं, जब अपने स्वयं के विवेक से बोलते हैं तो सही बात बोलते हैं, लेकिन जब दूसरों के द्वारा संचालित होने लगते हैं तो फिर थोड़ा कभी कभी उनको मुर्गा भी याद आने लगता है।
चलो हो गया।
लेकिन अन्य
एक मिनट, आप तो खा लो
और जो भी खाते होंगे, लेकिन आपको अच्छा लगता है, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आप कम से कम इसको स्वीकार करते हैं। नहीं, खाने पीने पे प्रतिबंध नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। आपके विरोधी दल से जुड़े हुए कुछ माननीय सदस्यों के द्वारा भी यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी बातें कही जा रही थी और कुछ कही जा रही थी, और मुझे उसी पे एक बात याद आई कि बड़ा हसीन है इनकी जवान का जादू, लगा के आग बहारों की बात करते हैं जिन्होंने रात याद आई कि बड़ा हसीन है इनकी जवान का जादू, लगा के आग बहारों की बात करते हैं जिन्होंने रात में चुन चुन करके बस्तियां लूटी, वही नसीबों के मारों की बात करते हैं। मैं बात सुन रहा था, आपके सभी मान्य सदस्यों की बात कर रहा था मैं, और मुझे लगा कि खन्ना जी संभवतः ना बोलें क्योंकि वे भी रात भर जगे हैं, तो मैं ही इसका जवाब आपको दे दूं।
इन परिणाम क्यों नहीं देंगे खन्ना जी? आप खन्ना जी से इतना अविश्वास मत करिए। आपकी नाराजगी खन्ना जी के लिए महोदय, इस पूरे विजन डॉक्यूमेंट पर जब हम चर्चा कर रहे थे तो मुझे 2-3 चीजें देखने को मिली। मैं अभी स्वागत करूंगा आप सबके प्रस्तावों का, और होना भी चाहिए। हर विधानसभा क्षेत्र में विकास होना चाहिए, हर जगह योजनाओं का लाभ मिलना चाहिए, बिना भेदभाव के गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिले, क्योंकि समावेशी और समग्र विकास की अवधारणा ही विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश और विकसित भारत की संकल्पना को साकार कर सकता है। लेकिन मैं उस विजन को देख रहा था जो विकास की कम, सत्ता की ज्यादा बात कर रहा था, जो अपने स्वयं की बात कर रहा था। और मुझे आप लोगों की बातों से एक चीज लगी, जो लगी, जिसके बारे में चारवाक ने भी एक बात कही थी, यानी जो अपने तक केवल सीमित करता है, जिसके बारे में उन्होंने कहा था कि यावत जीवेत।
Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The TDP has won a local body bypoll in Andhra Pradesh, marking a major setback for YS Jagannath Reddy and the ruling YSRCP. TDP wins local bypolls, and this comes a couple of days after the YSRCP workers alleged vote theft in this bypoll as well. But it's a big setback for YSRCP. They're losing ground in their own backyard. And this particular election happened in a YSRCP stronghold. And now it seems like it's a big setback, big poll setback for YS Jagannath Reddy, because the TDP has won the local body bypoll in Andhra Pradesh. That's the big update that we are talking about. YSRCP chief Jagannath Reddy also held a mega press conference just 24 hours to 36 hours back, claiming that there has been vote theft in Andhra Pradesh as well. And just after that, we have a big setback for the YSRCP. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, tell us about the poll results, the local body polls, because it's a big win for TDP and a major setback for Jagannath Reddy and his party.
Yes, Deepak, this is a very big victory for TDP. Having said that, because Pulivendula in Kadapa constituency is a very major constituency for YS Jagannath Reddy, who and for the YSRCP party. But TDP having won the Kadapa constituency is a clear message to the people, is message to the YSRCP from the people of Andhra Pradesh that they are choosing the TDP party over YSRCP Congress party. Even despite their vote theft and even boycotting the polling, during counting, the people of Andhra Pradesh have chosen TDP over YSRCP in their own constituency, that is Kadapa.
That's right, Aishwarya, and it seems like YSRCP knew in advance that they were losing support, that they were going to face a defeat, and that's why they boycotted the poll counting as well. But thank you for sharing us the update. Now it's time for us to shift our focus to another breaking news that we're tracking. India is all set to honor the bravery of our personnel who were involved in Operation Sindoor with Distinguished Gallantry Award on Independence Day, and the recognition is part of a broader celebration where the Ministry of Home Affairs has announced that 1,090 personnel from police, fire services, home guard, civil defense and correctional services are being awarded gallantry and service medals in 2025. Along with this, Operation Sindoor heroes will also be felicitated. They will be honored, and this tribute also commemorates the courage and sacrifice shown during cross-border counter-terror strike that was carried out by India on May 7th in response to the Pakistan-sponsored Pahalgam terror attack. On Independence Day, viewers, Operation Sindoor heroes will be honored. 1,090 personnel who have been shortlisted by the Ministry of Home Affairs will be presented with the Gallantry Awards. On that note, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Donald Trump eyes the Nobel Peace Prize in an attempt to become the global cop yet again. Warns Putin of serious consequences if the Friday summit fails and Putin does not declare a ceasefire. And ahead of Putin and Trump's key meeting in Alaska, Republic is the only channel that's reporting live from the venue. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
É assim que a gente vai tentar procurar as nossas alternativas para que os Estados Unidos aprendam que democracia e respeito comercial e multilateralismo vale para nós e deve valer para eles. Essa aposta que o governo americano está fazendo, é assim que a gente vai tentar procurar as nossas alternativas para que os Estados Unidos aprendam que democracia e respeito...
Boa noite, presidente. Que prazer.
Presidente.
Seguro de crédito à exportação, prorrogação excepcional dos prazos de suspensão de tributos.
Então, nós estamos num debate que não é econômico, gente, é um debate político. É um debate político com teor ideológico. A razão pela qual o presidente americano anuncia punir o Brasil por causa do ex-presidente, se ele conhecesse a verdadeira história, ele estaria dando parabéns à Suprema Corte Brasileira por estar julgando alguém que tratou de bagunçar a democracia brasileira. Então, ao invés de ficar...
This is Republic Jack Oliwall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
É assim que a gente vai tentar procurar as nossas alternativas para que os Estados Unidos aprendam que democracia e respeito comercial e multilateralismo vale para nós e deve valer para eles. Essa aposta que o governo americano está fazendo, é assim que a gente vai tentar procurar as nossas alternativas para que os Estados Unidos aprendam que democracia e respeito...
Boa noite, presidente. Que prazer.
Presidente.
Seguro de crédito à exportação, prorrogação excepcional dos prazos de suspensão de tributos.
Então, nós estamos num debate que não é econômico, gente, é um debate político. É um debate político com teor ideológico. A razão pela qual o presidente americano anuncia punir o Brasil por causa do ex-presidente, se ele conhecesse a verdadeira história,
ele estaria dando parabéns à Suprema Corte Brasileira por estar julgando alguém que tratou de bagunçar a democracia brasileira. Então, ao invés de ficar chorando aquilo que nós perdemos, vamos ficar procurando ganhar em outro lugar. O mundo é grande, o mundo está ávido para fazer negociação com o Brasil. Todo mundo sabe que nós somos do bem. Todo mundo sabe que a gente não quer brigar com ninguém, que a gente faz concessões, sabe? Mas a gente não merecia isso. A gente vai continuar fazendo, eu quero dizer...
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Greta, legend forever.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським...
And I will say I have had a great relationship. It was very honorable. I don't even know if you know this, but when they did the impeachment...
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Він старається натиснути перед зустрічю на Алясці, на всіх напрямках Українського фронту. Росія намагається зобразити, що спроможна окупувати всю Україну. Безумовно, це їх бажання. Також Путін блефує, начебто санкції для нього не важливі і що вони не працюють. Насправді санкції дуже допомагають і б'ють по російській воєнній економіці. Так, це правда, у Росії в кілька разів більше зброї, зокрема артилерії в 3 рази і подібного, але також у Росії в 3 рази більше втрат. І це факт. Я сказав колегам і президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки, і європейським друзям, що Путін точно не хоче миру, він хоче окупації нашої держави, і ми всі це дійсно розуміємо. Путін нікого не зможе обманути. Нам потрібен подальший тиск заради миру, не тільки американські, але й європейські санкції.
Emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how...
Ми говорили про зустріч на Алясці. Ми сподіваємося, що центральною темою на зустрічі буде припинення вогню. Негайне припинення вогню. Про це неодноразово говорив президент Сполучених Штатів Америки. Він запропонував мені, що після зустрічі на Алясці у нас буде з ним контакт. І ми обговоримо всі результати, якщо вони будуть, і ми визначимо наступні наші вже взаємні кроки. Зараз у нас буде зустріч коаліції охочих заради миру та безпеки, і це дійсно наша мета. Саме для цього ми працюємо.
What Putin's doing, he's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time. Always gotten... Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes. And it should have never happened. This war would have never happened if I were president. But it is what it is, and I'm here to fix it, and I'm here to stop 6,000, 7,000 people.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
we're breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The top story, Supreme Court has reserved the order on interim plea seeking stay on blanket removal of stray dogs in Delhi NCR. This is one of the top stories that is coming in right now. Supreme Court has reserved the order. We are waiting for what the Supreme Court will say. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Big blow to actor Darshan. Supreme Court cancels bail granted in Goswami murder case. Amid uproar, Supreme Court resumes hearing in Delhi dog case. 3-judge bench has reserved the order. Election Commission strong response on voter fraud, says voter fraud claim direct attack on the electors. Supreme Court weighs in on the Jammu and Kashmir statehood round, says incidents like Pahalgam attack cannot be ignored. Another key hearing in Supreme Court today, Apex Court to hear Nimisha Priya's execution. And ahead of a Putin and Trumsky meeting in Alaska tomorrow, Republic's Nick reports live from the venue. It's not just a win, it's a wipeout. Arnab Goswami storms Indian primetime with a historic 90.5% clean sweep, while others fight for scraps in a single digits. Nation makes its choice, loud and clear. Dr. Pace, a former hockey player and father to the tennis great Leander Pace, has now passed away at the age of 80. All right, getting some breaking news coming in right now. After Supreme Court's order against actor Darshan and Goswami murder case, police is on high alert. We are coming to know the police are preparing to arrest Darshan, Pavitra Gowda and 5 other accused following the Supreme Court's cancellation of all their bails. Remember, instructions have been issued to police personnel to closely monitor the movements of all accused. Preparations are underway to arrest the accused within moments and present them before the court. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. So let's tell you exactly what has happened so far. Supreme Court has cancelled the bail granted to Kannada actor Darshan and the other accused by the Karnataka High Court in the Goswami murder case, describing the High Court's order as a perverse and wholly unwarranted. The actor will now be lodged in Bengaluru's prison later on. And simultaneously, we are getting to know that there's more update in terms of what's happening on the ground. The police is on high alert. Police are preparing to now arrest Darshan, Pavitra, and 5 other accused following the Supreme Court's cancellation of their bail. Instructions have been issued to the court's cancellation. They have been issued to the police to closely monitor the movement of all the accused. So instructions have been given to the police that they have to monitor the movement of all the accused. Preparations are right now underway to arrest the accused within moments and present them before the court. I really want to go across to Abhishek, who's joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, what next? It looks like they will be arrested and they will be lodged in jail later on. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in. Abhishek, over to you.
Shivangi, there are 2 options which is actually kept open in front of the accused in the case of Goswami murder case. Darshan, Pavitra Gowda and various other people who are already out on bail from the High Court of Karnataka have been denied the bail. The bail have been cancelled by the Supreme Court of India as of now. And the choice number 1 is that they will have to voluntarily surrender in front of the police station and they will be taken to the court. Choice number 2 is if they do not surrender in front of the police station, even after their advocates informing them to surrender, the police will be forced to arrest these people or these accused people in the case of Goswami murder case, and they will be taken to the court. And also we've been informed that these people or the accused, the accused in the case of Goswami who had been granted bail previously, which has been cancelled now, they will have to go back to their jails whichever were allotted previously, even before their bail was granted. At this point of time, the Karnataka State Police have also been alerted to keep a close monitor and watch watch on Darshan, Pavitra Gowda and various other people who are involved in this case and who are out on the bail as of now. At this point of time, if at all any accused person is not willing to listen to the demands or the requests of the police or the orders of the police, they will be taken into custody immediately and they will be produced in front of the court, and then they will have to move towards their respective jails within the end of the day, is what we have been informed. So we have already started seeing the police deployment at Darshan's residence, which is located in R. Nagar, and various other people who are involved and who are out on bail. Their house also has been covered by the police in Mufti as of now. And also we will be expecting a couple of Hoysalas which will be moving towards their house in next couple of minutes. At this point of time, Annapurneshwari Nagar police station is where Darshan, Renuka, Pavitra Gowda and various other people who were involved in this murder were kept in the station because it had a huge space and it also was quite out of the city, and this also helped the police to make sure that these accused who are of a high celebrity position, they had some better safety than the Kamakshi Palya police station. At this point of time, Annapurneshwari Nagar police also are getting beefed up to make sure that Darshan and various other involved in this murder will be taken into Annapurneshwari Nagar at any point of time, Shivangi.
And Abhishek, before I let you go, this is a developing story that we are tracking very closely from the ground, Abhishek, but it's very important to also tell our viewers what the Supreme Court has said. A big warning against VVIP treatment has been given very clearly. The actor had been earlier filmed receiving special treatment at a Bengaluru jail. A photo had come up earlier, relaxing on a chair with a cup of coffee, holding, a cigarette, and all those pictures. We remember you had spoken about this. So, of course, this will be kept in mind as the police takes action.
Shivangi, yes, Shivangi, the Supreme Court has mentioned Darshan's advocate or the counsel that if at all any such image or video comes out again, the advocate himself will be called to the court on behalf of Darshan. Because when Darshan was in jail in Bengaluru, so Parappan Agrahara, we had seen a video in which he was on a video call with one of his fans through the inmate's phone. This is the video number 1 which we had seen in the last couple of months. On the next note, we had also seen an image of Darshan sharing a cigarette and a cup of coffee in the lawn area of the Parappana Agrahara, where a couple of rowdy cheaters were also sharing a smoke or a cigarette with Darshan. So, this point of time, the Supreme Court has taken into the custody this image and the video and has directed the counsel for Darshan, mentioning that if at all any such VVIP treatment is found in the jail again, he will be called into the Supreme Court, is what the Supreme Court's judges have mentioned Darshan's counsel. So, at this point of time, the advocate for Darshan has mentioned that any such incident will not happen. There will be no VVIP treatment and they will follow the jurisdiction or the rules of the jail, is what he has orally informed the Supreme Court. So, we will have to see if these words will be taken into consideration and if the accused people in the jail who will be going to the jail again will follow the promise made by the advocate in the Supreme Court. Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, thank you for getting us those details, Abhishek. I really have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. So let's go ahead. Breaking news is coming in. Security forces arrested 9 people, including 7 Maoists belonging to different proscribed outfits from Imphal East and other areas. A joint team of Manipur Police and Assam Rifles arrested 1 active member of the band, one of the band parties there. And in fact, they have been involved in extortion activity from a couple of areas in the Imphal East district. Now, 3 Maoists, including 2 women of the same outfit, also involved in extortion activities, were arrested from some of those areas. And I really would like to also go across to our colleagues in a short while from now to really understand what is happening. But security forces have arrested 9 people, including 7 Maoists belonging to different proscribed outfits from Imphal East and other areas. So on your screen, you can see that 3 Maoists from a band party have been held. A joint team of Manipur Police and Assam Rifles arrested 1 active member of one of the band parties involved in extortion activity. Let's go straight across to my colleague. We have with us Johnson joining us live from Manipur. Thank you, Johnson, for joining us. If you could just help our viewers understand what really happened. 9 people arrested, including 7 Maoists belonging to different proscribed outfits, even from some band outfits, and they have been found in multiple districts and areas. Yes, Johnson?
Yesterday, the Combined Security Forces in the joint operation in...
All right, we'll try to go to Johnson in a short while from now. We'll try to connect back to Johnson, but this is the big update coming in right now, viewers, where we see that some of the Manipur militants have now already been arrested. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. In the latest coming in, I repeat, in the latest coming in, we are coming to know that Manipur police and Assam Rifles have arrested a couple of militants in Manipur. Okay, we have Johnson back with us. Let's go back to Johnson. Johnson, yes, joint team of Manipur Police and Assam Rifles have arrested active members of banned groups. And you were telling us more about who has been arrested. Yes, go ahead, Johnson.
Okay, yes. Yesterday, the security forces, a combined team of security forces, including Assam Rifles and other CFPFs, they could arrest 9 members, including 2 extortionists who of different outfits, namely in an operation yesterday at Wabagai Lamkai, the security forces could arrest 3 women, namely Pechumi Bidarani, Komdram Asa, and Toksom Jibban Elias Taton of Thobal Waka. This is under Thobal district area. They were active cadres of KCP PWG. On the other hand, in the Hill district, namely Tenopal district, the security forces could arrest 2 active cadres of PLA who identified themselves as Sinam Boris Singh and Nithojan Mairaba Singh. On the other hand, this one is also in the Kampupi district. Security forces could also arrest 2 extortionists, namely Pomintan Kipzen and Saigalal Kipzen. Security forces could also arrest from Sogolmang PS, which falls under Impal East district. They could arrest 1 active cadre of KCP MFL, which is identified as Ukambam Ngongo Singer. And also the security forces in a combined operation with Assam Rifles could arrest 1 active member of KCP PWG, namely Sarang Tem Sara Tomba. This is also from the Impal East district. Of all this, security forces could also arrest drug smugglers, drug peddlers, and also the security forces could recover arms and ammunition in the Suransanpur district, Dampi range area yesterday.
That is right. Thank you for getting those details, Johnson. I will be coming back to you in a short while from now. We really have to move ahead to the UP Assembly. We believe that Yogi Adityanath is speaking there. So let's cut across.
से आपने खरीदने का काम किया था, कोई प्रोक्यूरमेंट सेंटर नहीं लगते थे, ये बिचौलियों के माध्यम से खरीद फरोख्त होती थी। आज डीबीटी के माध्यम से किसानों पर सीधे किया जा रहा है और किसान के खाते में कितना पैसा गया है 2016-17-18 से 24-25 तक अगर मैं बताऊं आपको 70 लाख से अधिक किसानों को, जिनमें धान क्रय के लिए 457.09 लाख मीट्रिक टन का धान क्रय किया गया और इसके माध्यम से हमने अन्नदाता किसानों के खाते में 88,951 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान डीबीटी के माध्यम से सीधे किसानों के खाते में किया है। गेहूं खरीद में 51 लाख से अधिक किसानों के खाते में जिसमें उनसे खरीदा गया 204.26 लाख मीट्रिक टन गेहूं खरीदा गया और 35,935.46 करोड़ रुपए गन्ना ऐसे धनराशि डीबीटी के माध्यम से उनके खाते में दिया गया। मक्का खरीद में 2018-19 में से 2024-25 तक 31,133 किसानों से 1.38 लाख मीट्रिक टन मक्का खरीद की गई है और जिसके माध्यम से 262.56 करोड़ से अधिक का भुगतान उनके खातों में किया गया। बाजरा खरीद में 94,465 किसानों से 4.78 लाख मीट्रिक टन बाजरा की खरीद हुई और 458.47 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का भुगतान उनके खाते में किया गया। ऐसे ज्वार खरीद, दलहन, तिलहन, इन सभी का भी हम लोगों ने किया और दुग्ध उत्पादन के साथ ही उनके नस्ल सुधार के लिए भी जो ठोस प्रयास किए गए हैं। प्रदेश के अंदर मत्स्य उत्पादन में आप डॉक्टर संजय निषाद से पता नहीं क्यों इतने चिढ़ रहे थे। नहीं, आप चिढ़ रहे थे, मैं जानता हूं कि डॉक्टर संजय निषाद से आपकी चिढ़ मैं समझ नहीं पाया क्यों इतने चिढ़ गए, बार बार मेरे क्षेत्र में आ जाते हैं, यानी आप अपने क्षेत्र में भी उनको नहीं घुसने देते। लेकिन मैं उनसे कहूंगा कि एक बार वो अपनी दावत में आपको जरूर आमंत्रित करें, क्योंकि देखिए उत्तर प्रदेश एक लैंड लॉक्ड स्टेट है और लैंड लॉक्ड स्टेट के कारण उत्तर प्रदेश में मत्स्य उत्पादन में देश में आज राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार प्राप्त किया है। जो पैसा पहले यहां पर हम बाहर से मछली मंगा करके यहां के किसान या यहां का जो मत्स्य पालक उससे वंचित रहता था, आज वो पैसा यहां के मत्स्य पालकों को प्राप्त हो रहा है और उसका लाभ यहां के किसानों को प्राप्त, यहां के किसानों को, यहां के मत्स्य पालकों को ही प्राप्त हो रहा है। और यह कार्य पिछले 8 वर्ष में इसको दोगुने से अधिक बढ़ाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि, इसके माध्यम से 2,86,00,000 किसानों को 90,000 करोड़ रुपए डीबीटी के माध्यम से उनके अकाउंट में गया है। पानी जी सीधे किसान के खाते में जा रहा है, लघु और सीमांत किसानों के। पीएम कुसुम योजना के अंतर्गत सोलर पैनल 1 लाख से अधिक सोलर पैनल किसानों को सीधे दिए गए हैं। 17 से अब तक 31 सिंचाई परियोजनाएं पूर्ण हुई हैं, जिनके माध्यम से 23 लाख हेक्टेयर लैंड को अतिरिक्त सिंचाई की सुविधा उपलब्ध हुई है। और लखनऊ में भारत रत्न पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री चौधरी चरण सिंह जी के नाम पर सीड पार्क उन्नत बीज किसान को मिल सके, इसके लिए बनाने की कार्रवाई प्रारंभ हुई है। और साथ साथ पहली बार हुआ है सिंचाई की क्षमता भी बढ़ाई गई है और 15 लाख से अधिक निजी नलकूप लगाने वाले अन्नदाता किसानों को फ्री में बिजली यानी फ्री में बिजली देने का काम भी सरकार ने किया है। अनिल जी, आप लोग तो अरे आ रहे आपके पास भी आ रहे हैं गौरव। आप लोगों का जो है, मैं देख रहा था कि आप लोग जब गौ माता के साथ भी धोखा दे सकते हैं तो किसको नहीं धोखा देंगे आप। और यही तो करते थे, जो गौ माता को धोखा दे देगा, गाय का दूध तो पीते थे, गाय को सड़कों पे छोड़ देते थे, कसाईयों के हवाले करा देते थे, यही होता था ना, बोचड़ खाने के हवाले करा देते थे। और ये डबल इंजन की भाजपा की एनडीए की सरकार है। 7,727 निराश्रित गौ आश्रय स्थल में आज 16,35,000 गोवंश रखा गया है। मुख्यमंत्री सहभागिता योजना के माध्यम से 2,46,426 गोवंश पशुपालकों को दिया गया है और प्रत्येक गोवंश का 1,500 रुपए हर महीने ये सरकार उन पशुपालकों को उपलब्ध करवा रही है, 50 रुपए प्रतिदिन के हिसाब से। और नंदनी कृषक समृद्धि योजना में डेयरी और दुग्ध उत्पादन हेतु 50% का योगदान भी दे रही है। आपने गाय का दूध पिया, लेकिन गाय के दूध को कहीं भी आपने उसके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित कर सकेंगे? आपको तो गौ माता का ही श्राप ले डूबेगा। हाँ, आज चिंता मत करिए पांडे जी, मैं शिक्षा में भी आ रहा हूं, चिंता मत करिए, मैं वो भी बात बता रहा हूं। नहीं, ये श्राप तो आपको लग पाएगा और इसलिए 27 में आने का सपना मत देखिए, इसलिए मत देखिए क्योंकि ये सरकार अपने आध्यात्मिक विरासत और प्रतीकों का भी सम्मान करती है और अत्याधुनिक विकास पे भी ध्यान देती है। ये सपना आपका सपना ही रहेगा। मुझे, आपका नाम माता प्रसाद पांडे है, लेकिन मैं पंडित श्यामनारायण पांडे की पंक्तियों को मैं पढ़ूंगा आपके सामने। उन्होंने कहा था, यूपी की जो विरासत है ना, यूपी की विरासत पर हर व्यक्ति नहीं बैठ सकता है, हर व्यक्ति नहीं पा सकता है। और उन्होंने कहा था कि ये महाकाल का आसन है, इस पर न किसी का शासन है। मित्र सिसक रहा कमलासन है, यह सिंहासन सिंहासन है। यह सम्मानित अधिराजों से, अर्चित है राज समाजों से, इसके पदरज पोछे जाते भूपों के सिर के ताजों से। इसकी रक्षा के लिए हुई कुर्बानी पर कुर्बानी है, राणा तू इसकी रक्षा कर, यह सिंहासन स्वाभिमानी है। ये विरासत, ये वही विरासत है जो काशी में देखने को मिल रही है। आपको पीड़ा है, मैं जानता हूं। जो अयोध्या में देखने को मिल रही है, आपको पीड़ा है, मैं जानता हूं। जो मां विंध्यवासिनी धाम में देखने को मिल रही है, आपको इससे भी पीड़ा होगी। जो चित्रकूट में देखने को मिल रहा है, आपको इससे भी पीड़ा होगी। क्योंकि ये मथुरा वृंदावन की भी चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि ये तो पहले 16 में ही बोल चुके थे कि हम लोग दुर्योधन का स्मारक बनाएंगे। महोदय, कृषि क्षेत्र में ही कौशाम्बी में, चंदौली में, सहारनपुर में, लखनऊ, हापुड़, कुशीनगर में हमारे पास उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 9 क्लाइमेटिक जोन है। इन सब में हमारे पास 89 यानी 89 कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हैं। इन कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र में हर एक जो क्लाइमेटिक जोन है उसमें एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस विकसित करने के लिए कृषि विभाग से कहा गया और उस पर तेजी के साथ काम भी आगे बढ़ चुका है। और कुशीनगर में महात्मा बुद्ध के नाम पर ही कृषि और प्रौद्योगिकी विश्वविद्यालय के निर्माण कार्य को आगे बढ़ा चुके हैं। महोदय, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात कर रहे थे। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा था। यहां पे इनके एक सदस्य बोल रहे थे